building up.
No, he's going for it.
Because this game is sliding doors.
For that grand final event.
To climb the ladder for the win. To climb the ladder to success. Get the job done. This will be some way to complete it. If he can find double seven, oh, that's wonderful. 150 to equalise this game up to 2 apiece. He has got 6 darts on here. They only need 3. Double 18. Magnificent for Mould. Gary Stone with 3 more opportunities to win this game at tops. And Gary Stone will be 4 points clear. This ADC Global Championship is very much heating up here at the Live Lounge in Poulsen. We enter the second Wednesday's worth of action of it. And going into the final days, Group A, Gary Stone has a 4-point lead at the top of the table. Alongside us, as he has been throughout the duration of these championships, is the 2015 BDO World Champion, Scott Mitchell. And first things first, let's talk about Gary Stone. 4 points clear at the top of the table. But before we talk about his day yesterday, I want to talk about some of the comments he made with us here in the studio, where he was talking about his mental approach, about how he's been trying to improve certain facets of his game.
Yeah, absolutely. On Monday, we didn't kind of see that first couple of games. But since then, the maturity has come through, and how he said he's been seeing a mind coach, and, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. I think all top sports now have mind coaches for athletes and varying sports people, and I think it's something that's heading that way with darts. I have one myself, so I know what a great help they can be. And yeah, it's helped him. Usually he'd be, you know, throwing his spanners out the toolbox at times, and he's not been doing that so much, particularly yesterday.
What is the key differences? Because you've kind of tread down a similar path to Gary by going down that route. What did you find was the key differences by going down that path that then saw you attain its success?
Well, it saw me stop. It stopped me being so negative. It turned me into a more positive thinking person. So yeah, okay, I've hit a 26, but the next one I could only hit a 180 and sort it all out. And it's all those sorts of things. Why start being negative to yourself and not allow you to be positive for the rest of the game? And it's one of those things. So yeah, it massively helped me, and I can see that it's massively helping Gary.
And he is top of the table going into Wednesday's play. He's got a 4-point lead for Marvin van Velzen, James Welding and Adam Mould, respectively. Interesting, I've just been having a chat with Marvin on the stage. He was practicing relentlessly this morning ahead of today's action. He's very much glass half full about things. He knows it's a hard task that he's got today, but he says that he feels very positive about things, that he's got a good regime now, and that he's feeling very good about the game.
To be honest, yesterday he played better than he did in the previous day. The averages and the numbers tell me that he was a lot better. We get those stats here in the comms box, and you know, he lived a charmed life on Monday, and he walked out of it thinking he'd done a great job, and he kind of had. He'd had 4 wins out of 5, and he'd only been winning with his average for the day was like 80, which is not Marvin at all. Yesterday it was up 88.94. And yet he didn't have the luck yesterday because he was still missing those doubles and people were jumping on him. So I thought he improved his game yesterday, but he didn't improve his results. It was just one of those days for him.
Well, let's have a look at the outrights to see what the bookies think about today's action. If the truth be told, there's not really any surprises anywhere. Gary Stone, 4 points clear, goes off heavy favourite. Van Velzen more fancy than the other two on 12 points.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason for that is obviously Gary Stone has got one of those bottom two as well in his first game. So he's everybody's presuming, going to get another win under his belt before some of the other guys who are sat there in the chasing pack even play. So, yeah, that's pretty straightforward in the betting, I think.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Global Championship throughout the duration of the competition. Right, to our first game of the morning session. It sees Adam Mould in action. fairly much a permanent fixture on the ADC circuit. His first assignment of the day is Donny Scheurwater. He is our Dutch qualifier through the ADC European route. Earlier on this morning, though, I caught up with Mouldy to dissect his week so far. Adam, 4 wins out of your day yesterday. You must have been really pleased with how things went.
Yeah, I was pleased with the results. There's still a bit of fine-tuning to go. I haven't been great on my doubles all week. Marvin let me off massively, but then I think I let Gary off as well, missing doubles. So all in all, I'm happy with the 4 wins, yeah.
4 wins out of 5. You say you weren't playing at your best. What would you say then was some of the keys behind your success yesterday?
Being lucky. Yeah, Marvin let me off massively and hit some good doubles to finish games. But again, yeah, a bit of luck really, to be honest.
In terms of today, Gary Stone's got a bit of a lead at the top of the table. For you, is it about trying to secure a spot in Group B?
Yeah, I think Gary will be hard to beat now. I think either me, Marvin or James will have to win every game and hope Gary falters again. Obviously, one of us will beat him, but yeah, beat Group B would be nice.
A lot of people associate you with the ADC. You're one of the first ADC winners here at the Modus Super Series. You're involved heavily as well with Bramwell Farm, which a lot of events are being held there, particularly on the tour. This has been quite important for you, hasn't it, the ADC project?
Yeah, I followed it from the beginning. As soon as I saw the concept come out, I sort of sacrificed a few other things like Super League and stuff. I stopped playing all that and concentrated on the ADC. And it's worked out well for me because it got myself to here at the Modus. And yeah, I followed it from the beginning. I love the concept of it.
So I suppose, considering you've been there from the start, you've been heavily involved from the start, for you to be involved this week and for you to be successful this week would mean a lot to yourself.
Yeah, I really wanted to be here, to be honest. I put a lot of effort to get here, get into local competitions. Coming up to the cut-off, I travelled a bit just to make sure I got those points, to make sure that I was here. I wanted to be involved in the first one, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Well, I wish you well in all of your endeavours this week. Adam, good luck.
Thank you, Henry.
So, Adam Mole's first assignment of the day is Donny Scheurwater, who begins on 6 points in the group. He is 5th place in the table. There is a 6-point gap between this pair going into this particular match. For Donny, well, he started his days quite well. He's won each of his opening 2 matches on the first 2 days worth of action as the 26-year-old for Dordrecht. But Adam Mould is looking to be a threat to Gary Stone at the top of the table. He wins his opening game, then he gives himself an outside chance of potentially progressing his way through. But for Donny, today is going to be all about trying to show himself up for a position in Group C. Paul Hinks is the man in charge of the action on this Wednesday morning. And the man that sat alongside me in the commentary box, as he has done throughout the duration of these championships, is Scotty Dog Mitchell. Hello, Scott.
Good morning, Henry.
96.
Yeah, a few stats from yesterday we were having a good look at earlier, and every player upped their average yesterday on Monday, except Donny Scheurwater. His dropped by 0.10. So he stayed the same 39. As he was the day before. But no, it just dropped by 0.10. So he'll be disappointed with that. Everybody else lifted. Mouldy's was one that went up a couple. Everybody seemed to get used to the surroundings and stuff. And I think settled into the competition.
58.
And Gary Stone, he actually stayed about level. He sort of did the same as he did the day before. He was in that region and saying, come and beat me. I'm going to put this 85, 86 average up there every game, and I'm going to sort of put a game to beat. And that's exactly what he did. He set his stall out, whereas others were fluctuating between the 70s and the 90s and the back down. So interesting to see what we have today. You know, Adam Mould's interview there says
99.
Gary's pretty much got an unassailable lead, and I'm not so sure about that. I think should those chase him pack all manage to beat him,
62.
and you're forcing him to beat the 2 at the bottom of the group, but easy said than done.
Getting shot on the first leg.
It's just a possibility. Nice and tidy 62 there from Mouldy to open up the day.
Game on.
A lot of them will be a little more relaxed today, just trying to shoot up and down the table wherever they can.
But
100.
it's that old school kidology there from Adam Mould. Just play your chances down, put the pressure on everybody else so nobody talks about you.
I'm not sure about
137.
that. I'm not sure Mouldy plays the kidology game. A very good cricketer in his day. I'm sure he had a bit of sledging at that. I'm sure he was good at that. But,
140.
no, I do like Mouldy's character. He's different than a lot of players, and that makes him stand out more than anything.
140.
Yeah, you mentioned how good a cricketer he is. Now, before I did this job, I commentated elsewhere and at a tournament elsewhere on the
100.
Sunday of the competition. It was a very, very warm July day, and there was a big break between the sessions. And
125.
I'll tell the story in the next leg.
161.
Mould, 161 for a 2-0 lead. Not to be on this occasion. Donny looking at 99 to square up and leaving it after 9.
93. Donny 99.
Tops. Beautiful first.
79.
Clipped the
Adamukar,
barrel with
68.
the second, but clipped just below. So Mould for 2-0 lead.
28. Donny 20.
And all of a sudden, the break that he got in the opening leg could be evaporated here. Level we are, 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah,
Donny
nicely
Scheurwater.
done by Donny there. Just slides across the hockey.
Third leg, Johnny to throw
He's done this
first.
every
Game
day
on.
so far. Come out and played one of his best games right at the very start of the day.
Yeah, won each of his 2 opening matches, 2 a day so
99.
far in this Group A. Beat Gary Stone for one yesterday. The only player to beat Gary Stone. And actually beat Adam Mould in the first game of Monday. That was when he averaged 93.5. and was 4 out of 9
134.
on the doubles. But going back to that story about Adam Mould, we were playing in this tournament at Breen Sands in July, and on the Sunday
78.
afternoon it was a really hot day, and there was a break between the doubles and the singles competition, being on a holiday campsite, as these types of open
140.
events were. Adam decided to go to one of the shops that were there, get some stumps, a tennis ball, a cricket bat, and there was about
56.
10 of us, and I'll tell you what, the cast list of players that decided to play in this cricket match was quite the something. I was into bat, Adam
60.
Mould bowled, and goodness me, did he get me gone with a Yorker.
Well, in those holiday camps, you can't risk letting the ball bounce. Could be up round your ear holes.
121. Advocate 167.
167 for the break. Yeah, for a consecutive break at the beginning of this game, but the treble 19 isn't going to go. He's himself
123.
on 44 after 12. Scheurwater 147 to get his nose in front for the first time.
50. Advocate 44.
Well, it's a 14 dart break in leg 1. It's a
Game shot on the
15
third
dart
leg.
break in
Adam
leg
Mould.
3. And Adam Mould re-establishes his lead at 2-1.
Fourth leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
He's that good a cricketer. I suppose we talk to him on line and length on his darts, do we?
140.
Well, they're pitching in line at this present moment in time.
140.
That one caught the bails.
$60.
Although the last test wasn't great, it was a good win for England in the cricket against New Zealand.
135.
Yeah, yesterday wasn't a lot of cop, but yeah, the rest of the series was pretty good.
46. $140.
Well, Scheurwater here finding an 11 dart leg to break this game back 2-2. We've had 3 legs, 3 breaks, could be the 4th in succession here, but Mould with a
141.
2 treble
Donny
turn there,
86.
leads himself in mid-range. The ball
61.
doesn't go, and so
Advocate
Mould has an
114.
opportunity to get the Gates first holder throw if he can take out the day's first ton plus checkout. Double 18.
Game shot in fourth leg.
And that
Adam Mould.
may well just turn the game into the ascendancy of Adam Mould. A 114
This leg, Donny to through
checkout
first.
when Donny
Game on.
Scheurwater must have felt he's going to get a couple of opportunities to level up. Mould 3-1 to the good, and now a leg away from victory.
134.
Yeah, that's Adam's 4th ton plus checkout this week. Had a couple on Monday, that glorious 150 yesterday, and
96.
now that's the 114 to the list.
Really good performance. In fact, performance of the week so far. Average
60.
just under the ton mark. 99.68 at this present moment in time. Every single leg he's won in this contest has been in either 14 or 15 darts. Been a
80.
real solid performance out the gate here for Adam Mould.
$100.
Well, for Donny, it looks like his hopes may well be in the Swanee.
125.
6 darts on 207, and he's going to have to take it out in this 6, you feel, if he's to save this first contest of the morning session.
58. $100. Donny O'Carr,
Use dart 2 as a
149.
perfect guide to deflect off the barrel and in with dart 3. 149 to save the game for Donny isn't going to go. And so Mould, to win the match, looking at a ton.
77. Adam O'Carr,
If
100.
he does so, it'll be his second three-figure checkout, and it'll be his 4th leg, which has been 1 in 5 visits in this contest.
60. Donny O'Carr, 72.
So double 16 then to get one back.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
Nicely
Donny
done
Scheurwater.
from Donny. And as predicted, his first game has been his best game
6
the
leg
last
Adam
2
to through
days.
first. Game on.
He's hanging in there here with Mouldy.
Well, I
57.
suppose the question is, he's starting the day so well, and it's a question that he'll be asking himself. How does he find a way of extracting the good first performances of a day
45.
into more consistent performances over the course of a session?
140.
Yeah, very good question. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you do that. I don't know whether he feels like he's starting from
56.
0 and all to play for again on the next day. I don't know what his mental thinking is, but it's clearly a pattern where he plays better in the first game than
45.
the others.
$134.
Ball now looking to close this game out once and for
133.
all. Didn't have a match start in the previous leg, but he did put himself in situ, but now it looks like a more tangible opportunity to see this contest off.
58.
And because of a lack of a triple there, he's got 6 and 126 to get the job done. It would move him on to 14 points, and it would temporarily move him up to second place
54.
in the table. Couple behind Gary Stone, but he plays even Poulsen in his first match. Welding against Velzen would effectively be an eliminator to see who is going to stand a chance of possibly challenging Gary Stone. The loser would pretty much be out of it.
82. Adam O'Carr, 72.
This though for the match for Adam Mould. 48 remaining. Now 32 remaining.
40. Donny O'Carr, 126.
He chased the triple there. Another would have left double 6. A single would have left the bullseye.
89. Adam O'Carr,
So this,
32.
to wrap up what has been a fairly tidy performance out the gate for Adam Mould. Few missed doubles towards
Getting
the
shown
end.
match, Adam Mould.
But there's a lot to be pleased about in terms of that performance for Adam Mould. A 4-2 victory against Donny Scheurwater. After 4 legs, he was averaging the best part of a ton. It dovetailed in the end to around about a 93. But I think he'll be happy enough with that opening performance of the morning. Particularly the 2 points he's accrued. 4-2 the margin of victory for Adam Mould over Donny Scheurwater. Coming up after the break is Gary Stone up against Ivan Poulsen.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events,
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker! And Jaden Walker!
weeks starring Luke Littler,
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
record-breaking averages,
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
and insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey,
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
deep dives in our tungsten talks,
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 a game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
and Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
And welcome back to day 3 here of the ADC Global Championship Week 2. We are in Group A. And the match before the break we've just seen was a 4-2 win for Adam Mould. He now takes himself 2 points behind the table topper, Gary Stone. But in our next match, Gary Stone plays Ivan Springborg Poulsen. There's Gary Stone, the 43-year-old from Lark Hall in Scotland, qualified through the UK, ADC UK ranking system as number 2. And here's Poulsen, 62-year-old from Slangerup in Denmark, showing that this global championship has a real global feel. Now, talking of feel, Gary Stone will be feeling that if he can just get this one
First let Gary do through
in
first.
the bag and stretch back
Game
to
on.
that 4-point lead, he will be in good stead. Probably only need one more, maybe two more wins to guarantee that he tops the group and gets a couple of days off before weekend. 100. He will make the Saturday night finals night. For Springborg, Poulsen, he is just now looking for a bit of form today. He's our tail end Charlie at bottom of the group. He's only managed one win in 2 days. Give himself
22
sort of situations where he can take more legs, but the doubling for him has been an issue come the end of the games, and I think he's a better player than what he showed here so far this week, and I think we could see a bit more of him in either groups. Well, let's look at Group C at the minute. It doesn't look like he will catch anywhere near the points to get near Group B, so he should be able to throw with a bit of freedom today, and he knows where his destiny is for the next 2 days, and a bit more of this is what we want to see from him.
And Gary Stone will be aware that the first game of a session can lead to problematic scenarios, because he lost to Donny Scheurwater in his opening match yesterday, and he said in his interview at the end, despite winning the 4 thereafter, that it was still plaguing his mind. And his mind would have gone a rating after even Poulsen hit the first treble en route to that potential 160 finish. Was unable to apply the finishing touches, and so Stone looking at tops for the opening leg. Now double 10.
55.
Well, that was a wild dart. Poulsen here has a more tangible chance to break. Tops are 1-0. Double 10. Ensures that the Dane gets the break, and that could be a springboard for Springborg.
Second leg, Ivan to through first. Game on.
Oh, I saw what you did there. Super stuff. Yeah, I totally agree. I think we haven't quite seen what Ivan totally has.
43.
He's never done anything like this before. It's his debut here as well. So you come to expect 40. There's going to be a little bit of apprehension on his behalf here. Gary Stone coming unstuck again. Not in the darting terms, just a patch, a sponsor logo falling 100. Off onto the floor.
Yeah, I'd recommend you put it back on, Gary, because that's a tournament sponsors patch.
134. $78.
Gary mentioned how much he knew about that first game yesterday, and that
81.
It played on his mind. If he goes 2-0 down in this game, where there's a real conceivability that it could happen, because Even is, well, playing some of the best darts we've seen from him all week.
85.
Those haunting thoughts may begin to creep into the Scotsman's mind.
140.
And they really can in this situation. You start to feel that everybody's out to get you. And if you don't watch it, instead of looking forward to the finishing line, you start
59.
looking over your shoulder because you're a little way in front.
Tops.
86.
Doesn't go.
Avenue car 136.
But could Poulsen pinch the pocket by pinning this 136? Couldn't find the second treble, and so Stone will return for double 10 to get the break back and to equalise this game up at 1 apiece. Two fives inside. And that forlorn look on his face tells you that he knows that he could well be in a spot of bother in the not too distant future. Double 18 and now double 9.
28.
Gary Stone has evaded a couple of darts to go 2 legs down. And now he has an opportunity to square up again.
Game shot in the second leg.
This time, no mistake. Stone back on terms.
Third leg, Gary to through first. Game on. $140. 100. 97.
Yeah, you have to say getting that first leg under his belt has settled Gary Stone a little. Much better start here against the darts, 140, 97.
81. 140.
Well, Gary has attained this really high level where Evans just kind of reverted back to type. Although that Maxman's left himself on a finish after 9, but it's Stone first poke at the 1-2-4. He's going to get a poke at the ball.
99.
He's not going to get the
Ivan
ball.
Ukar, 140.
Ivan's only hit 3 180s in the last 2 days. Now he's hit 2 in this one match.
25.
So
Gary
he should be
Ukar,
feeling more
25.
settled, that would indicate to me.
Double 12. But because he couldn't quite clean up the last visit, maybe because he thought this leg was
17.
over,
Ivan Ukar,
he's only getting a look at
115.
115, where realistically he should be on a 2 darter about now. But he should from here get a dart at tops, and that's exactly what he's going to get. But just
95.
below the
Gary Ukar,
intended
8.
target. And so Stone returns for double 4
Game
to
shot on the
get
third
his
leg,
nose
Gary
in
Stone.
front for the first time in this contest. He had to dodge a couple
Fourth
of
leg Islander
bullets.
through first. Game on.
He had a couple of darts against him to go 2-0 down. He had a dart at tops against him to go 2-1 down, but he finds himself in front.
42.
Yeah, and after the good start for Poulsen, he had a chance to go 2-0 up and cause Stone all
58.
sorts of problems. Missed that. And now it's him that's in all sorts of problems because Stone is marching on.
95. 60.
Definitely seen a better level for Poulsen in this game. Probably he's got his Gary is
140.
pretty much played to type, average in the mid-80s, and that's despite 7 missed doubles so far in this contest.
139. 100. 100. Ivan Ukar, 124.
Well, both players on 1-2-4 after a dozen. Poulsen first go with the darts. Treble 18. Bullseye.
94.
Line
Gary Ukar,
okay, leg too
144.
high. Stone looking at 144. There's another. Yes, double 12. Granite
Game shot
from
on the
Gary.
fourth leg, Gary Stone.
And that could be the moment that swings the game, but also swings the group in his
Fifth leg
favour.
Gary through first.
He's got the break of Poulsen. He leads 3-1 and
Game
now
on.
has the darts to complete a 4-1 win, which would re-establish that 4-point gap at the top of the group.
Yeah, shot a 120 yesterday,
85.
was his only ton topper. Gary Stone, and shot the 130 on Monday. So he seems to be doing at least one a day. So that's his one of the day done and over now.
140.
But he needed it because his opponent was left on a double to square the match up at 2-2, and now he's got an opportunity with the darts to see the match through, and he hits his first maximum. His average goes above 95. He is really making a push towards the line here.
60.
Well, this is a world-class play towards the finish.
121.
A slip for the last. He won't be overly pleased with that.
$100. Gary Ukar, 115. 59. 81. Gariuka 56.
To re-establish a 4-point cushion at the top of the table, Gary Stone looks at tops.
Game
And
shot of the
gets
match, Gary
tops.
Stone.
And that was a real power play towards the line. He had to dodge a few bullets in that one, Gary Stone. Even Poulsen missed a couple of darts to go 2-0 up. And then with the game possibly hanging in the balance and possibly heading level at 2-2, does Stone pull out a 1-4-4 and then find a 14 darter to cross the line 4-1, an average of 94.94, 4 from 11 on the doubles. That 89.12, in case you're wondering, is the highest ever recorded average we have for even Springborg Poulsen. So he is breaking new territory even if he cannot break the points barrier. Coming up after the break, it's James Welding in action. He takes on Marvin van Velzen.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break we saw Gary Stone get the better of Ivan Poulsen by 4 legs. So a really good performance that for Gary. Average in excess of 94, just under the 95 mark in the end, and it's a win that now puts him to 4 points clear at the top of the group. Next up, James Welding, the 35-year-old from Wigan, UK, number 5 in the ADC Alderman, up against the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen, the 24-year-old from Poulsen in the Netherlands, the Benelux Open champion. That's how he progressed his way through to this particular tournament. and the Modus Super Series 8 champion. And yesterday it was interesting as far as his day is concerned, because the games he won 4-0, and there's a conceivability that he could have completed the card, but for a couple of 4-3 defeats, and in 2 matches where he had led 3-1, should have won handsomely,
25.
didn't do so, and he got royally punished for it. In particular, that last game against Gary Stone.
Yeah, he did. And even though he upped his average and stuff yesterday, he just didn't have his finishing boots on yesterday. His scoring was better, more consistent, which is what we expect from Marvin. And
96.
It kind of didn't happen. But the man on the move yesterday, average-wise, was Welding. He averaged 82.10 on Monday, and yesterday he was up around 89.25 for the day. A 7-point jump in his average. Welding really came to the party yesterday, and maybe
56.
with his average, he averaged highest out of all the players yesterday, and he can feel a little bit hard done by that didn't convert into wins.
James, as you can see, wearing a shirt which is reminiscent
85.
of his beloved St Helens Rugby League team.
$140.
He said he was watching the action back yesterday, and he heard the comments about his beloved rugby league
59.
team, and so he decided to don the shirt as a consequence of it.
81. $68. James Yukar, 103.
103 for Welding, isn't going to go.
51. Marvin
So
Yukar,
Velzen has a poke
109.
at 109 to get the breaker throw and lead 1-0. He's got the treble, which guarantees him a dart at tops now. And
James on
gets
the
the
first
tops.
leg, Marvin van
Some way
Velzen.
to start the day for Marvin van Velzen. He kicks off a 109
Marvin to throw
checkout
first.
for
Game
the
on.
breaker throw to take the lead in this crucial contest against James Welding.
$140.
Loser of this is pretty much out the race, particularly considering Gary Stone's built up a 4-point lead. The loser would be 6 points out of touch of only 8 points left to play for.
$140. $81.
Could say that Welding hasn't got going here today when you look at his average to what he had yesterday. But Van Velzen is not even giving him a look.
57. Marvin Ducat,
Keeping him
81.
under pressure every single throw.
Well, this has been some start. This is for an 11 darter. 12 will do,
James
and
on
that
the
was
second
what
leg,
he was
Marvin
doing
van
okay
Velzen.
yesterday. He was actually using
James
decent
is
guides
in
as
first.
decent
Game on.
markers, and he's usually been able to crash it off the barrel, but the problem is he's doubling all together. It's been quite
100.
woeful. And I don't think he'll mind me saying that, because it's been something that he's kind of alluded to himself. He just cannot buy a double at this present moment in time. He was 23%
47.
on Monday on the outer ring, and yesterday 17 from 63 attempts. That equates to a percentage of just 26.
$134.
These two
82.
were practicing together for quite a while on stage this morning. Just acclimatising to the environment. Getting themselves ready outside of the
100.
pantomime theatre that is the practice room.
94.
Marvin was telling me earlier he's over this week with
60. Junior car
Benavin, which runs a
128.
local sports bar, which gives him a lot of support. Oh, hang on a minute. Double 10.
Getting shown the third
Well, that's
leg,
the
James
second
Welding.
sub-plus checker of the match. James Welding's 128
Forfeit
trumps
Marvin
and
to first,
eclipses
game
the
on.
109 of Marvin van Velzen, and it gives him a route back into this contest. But it hasn't been a
140.
week which is glittered in terms of sub-plus checkouts, but this morning the finishing has
57.
been firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it has. That was James Welding's third Sun Plus checkout of the week. He did one on Monday, a 126, and a 134 yesterday.
100.
So that 128 goes into that little cluster where maybe that's an area that he likes.
96.
So far, the standard this morning has felt a lot better than the rest of the week so far.
140.
I have to say, I thought Monday was quite good, but the averages didn't say how good the games were on Monday.
Well, no, I was in bed.
180. Marvin car
That's why it was good. You weren't here.
$81.
It turns out it wasn't just Monday.
100. Marvin car 40.
Double top for 3-1. 2 10s. Big dart, and that could be a
30.
big miss because Marvin
Change
van
your car,
Velzen was
68.
cruising at 2-0. Welding took out the 128 to bring it back to 2-1, and now he's going to get a dart to
Change
square
on the
this
fourth leg,
contest
James
up,
Welding.
and he makes no mistake on tops.
Fifth leg,
The
James
game
through
which
first. Game on.
was in the palm of the hand of Marvin van Velzen is now back at an even kilter.
Yeah, frustration for Van Velzen here
180.
because the momentum has totally swung in this match towards James Welding.
139.
Welding has got his tail up. Of that, there's no doubt.
96.
Brought his average up by a good 10 points. Van Velzen's still hanging around the 98 mark.
79.
It's not as if his level's dipped. It's mainly been because of the improvements of this man in your picture that this game may well be swinging
58.
round. You feel like Marvin here needs a 2 treble turn.
$100. James car 167. 82.
Well, James Welding was 2-0 down in this contest. He's now got an opportunity to put his nose in front and to put himself one away. Double 10.
65.
It felt like desperate
Marvin
darts.
49.
And he may be feeling desperate if Van Velzen pins his 49.
Getting shot on the fifth leg, Marvin van Velzen.
Good stuff from Van Velzen there. That's good
Sixth
durability
leg,
from
Marvin
him.
through first. Game on.
He's just dropped under the 100 average. He's been around it the whole match.
97.
Well, we said at the beginning of the group, it's Marvin and Gary that have that X Factor A game in comparison to the rest of the field. And
66.
if they show it, then it's going to be difficult for the rest of the field. But you've got to give credit to James Welding because Van Velzen is firing some of the more heavier artillery, Tim.
121.
Or artillery. My bunged up
58.
head still can't quite compute words properly. Which is probably why I went off ill on Monday and didn't do other
100.
things.
$58.
Van Velzen 6 here from 183 to complete a 4-2 victory.
87.
He's himself at a 2-darter after 12 to cross the finishing line.
58. Marvin 96.
And he's got all the time he wants. James Welding has saved his off leg for the worst possible leg. Double-double. Delightful. Marvellous for Marvin van Velzen. That's some way to round it off. And that's some performance to start the day. An average just under 99. He kick-started with a ton plus checkout. And he finishes with a double-double. And he keeps himself in contention to win this Group A. It's an outside chance, but he keeps himself in the mix. Van Velzen, a 4-2 victor against James Welding. Coming up after the break, it's Adam Mould up against Gary Stone. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where we have completed 3 matches on this Wednesday morning, and following the completion of it, pretty much as you were at the top of the table. James Welding has pretty much dropped out of the race. Gary Stone has a 4-point lead for Marvin van Velzen and Adam Mould, respectively. And it is Stone and Mould that go toe-to-toe in this next match, and Marvin van Velzen will be a interesting spectator ahead of his match against Donny Scheurwater in Game 5, because if Mouldy can win this, then we could well see the beginning of an exciting race towards the finishing line. A victory here for Mould would mean that there'd be a 2-point gap between this pair prior to Van Velzen's clash with Scheurwater, where he could then cut the gap himself to this pair to 2, or
Looks like Adam to through first.
Stone can move 6 clear temporarily.
Game on.
That would spell the end of Adam Mould, and it would leave Marvin van Velzen with a mountain to climb.
$92. $96.
For Gary, it was a very good first performance. Average just under 95 in getting the better of Even Poulsen. A very good version of Even Poulsen as well for 1. Adam also averaged in excess of 90 to get the better of Donny Scheurwater. That was a 93 average,
58.
which came down from around about a 98, 99 after the first 3 legs of play. 50% on the doubles as well. It was really good open forward. Both players actually showed really
59.
good signs early on in the day.
Yeah, very much so. But Mouldy's found himself on the end of 2 4-2 defeats in this fixture in the first 2 days. So
59.
he's going to have to find a little something. But he's starting well. Starting very well indeed.
Leaving himself on a double after a dozen darts.
134. Advocar 36.
Setting his stall out right from the very get-go.
Game show on the
14
first
dart
leg,
to
Adam
start.
Mould.
Mould one up. Well, he said
Second leg,
that
Gary to through first. Game on.
he felt he was playing nowhere near his best over the first couple of days, and that luck was the attributing factor to the points that he accrued. While today, he's not been lucky, he's been marvellous at times, but Stone's pinned in his first max of the contest.
100. $26.
Because he's followed up with the 26 there. That means another ton from Mouldy, and he's back in the leg, and the 180 pretty much gets
60.
Reversed. And yeah, you can see by the look on Mouldy's face there when he messed with that last dart at a treble. What he felt about it.
58.
Well, another trebleless visit here from Gary Stone. And his stickers fell off again. He must be one smooth customer because the stickers don't stick.
180.
Well, nothing's seemingly sticking at the minute for Gary Stone, and he
40.
could be in a sticky situation before too long, because Mould here has 6 darts and 161 to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead in this contest. 84 left. Heads across the 60s to leave himself on double 18.
Nicely done from Mould, considering Stone started
80.
with a 180. While you're down there, Gary, pick your sticker up. No, he's not going to.
We left it after 12 of the previous leg, took it out in 14, and that's
Game show on the
exactly what
second
he's
leg,
done
Adam
there.
Mould.
2-0 Adam
Third leg, Adam
Mould.
to through first. Game on.
Play the type of darts which is oh so hard to beat.
100.
Yeah, he is indeed. $43. $96.
134. $84. 140.
That 140 for Gary, because he's been severely outscored, it's just to keep himself at arm's length of Mould, it feels. Averaging here, just under 104.
140.
Goes up to 106 as a consequence of that. This could be, if he gets this in too, his third consecutive 14 darts.
100.
You can see he's right up for this leg. A couple of throws ago, he celebrated a treble 20 on an 81. Like he did. It was the first time he did a treble 20. Bullseye. Oh, yes, Mouldy. Really up for this game. He's targeted it. He said it in his interview. He had to catch Gary. He's probably a bit too far away. He's got to do his own thing. I've got to beat him and then hope for a bit of luck. And he is going to what?
134.
He really is going to have to watch Mouldy here if he continues in this vein for the rest of the day.
$60. 58. $140.
Average here of in excess of 104.
133.
You sensed that it was going to take a special performance to dislodge Gary Stone, but that's exactly what Mould's putting in here.
100.
This is why we don't do marking on paper here. The game's a bit fast and rapid. The pen would go through the paper.
81.
Well, Mould might need to wipe this leg from his mind. Just when Stone may have thought
Car 95.
he hit the skids here. Double-double. We'll contemplate his options here.
55. Car 142.
Well, Mould isn't going to flush Stone away here.
64.
Tops to bring it back to 3-1.
$30.
Double 10 doesn't go, and so Mould for the match and to see a 4-0 win.
Yeah, proper solid leg there from Gary Stone, but it's not going to be enough, is it? No, it's not going to be enough. Adam Mould, super stuff from him. Ends up with just under 100 average, 98.56 for him, and he's done the job that he said at the top of the show in the interview he needed to do. If he was to get anywhere near Gary Stone, he had to beat him himself and hope for a bit of luck, and he's closed the gap at the top. Gary Stone not far off of what he's been doing all week, but it was that doubling from Mouldy. 4 from 6. Clever stuff from him. We move on into a short break, and when we come back, it's Marvin van Velzen taking on Donny Scheurwater.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back here to Pluto TV, your very own 24/7 darts channel. And here are the results from so far this morning. The ones of interest. Gary Stone winning 4-1. Took him to the top of the table again by a couple of points, but it's Adam Moulds 4-2 and his latest 4-0 that has put him right in the chase with Gary Stone now. Marvin van Velzen, he's won 4-2 against James Welding. He looks a different player this morning, and it's him we're about to see against Donny Scheurwater. Marvin looks a different player this morning. A really good game against James Welding. 98.93 the average he was, and if he can repeat anywhere near that, you fear that Donny Scheurwater is in real problems here, because he hasn't really done those sorts of averages just the once, but that was back on Monday in his very first game, and we've just not seen that from him again. Doesn't mean to say with a bit of freedom that he has at the moment, looks to be confined to Group C. Mathematically he's not, but he's going to have to put the hammer down if he's going to make Group B, and the numbers don't say that he's going to be able to do that. But Marvin van Velzen has kind of seen a light at the end of the tunnel with that Gary Stone loss in the last game to Adam Mould, and he can put himself back in the mix of taking Group A.
66.
We're going double Dutch. I'm not talking about our payment arrangements, so we go out for that lovely Italian meal tomorrow. This is just how the game's panning out. We've got Marvin van Velzen and Donny Scheurwater, two Dutch representatives for the ADC Europe this week. Scheurwater has found himself in hot water because he finds himself fifth in the table on 6 points. He knows that Group C is where he's going to be hanging his hat for the rest of the week. Velzen pinning a max. He's starting off beautifully here. He hit the highest recorded average of the week. Still just about after
100.
Adam Mould's 98.56 against Gary Stone. And he's kick-started this game here beautifully. There was a change of attitude about Marvin this morning. It felt a lot more I wouldn't say
Change on the
business-like
first
because
leg,
that's an
Marvin van
accusation he
Velzen.
wasn't before, because he was. But it just feels a lot more focused today.
Second leg, Donny to
He
third
leads
first.
1-0 with a 12 darter in leg 1, and he's playing beautifully. Went out last night for some foods, just chilled out, relaxed. So I mentioned he's
28.
got his friend from the Spordijk Cafe in Maasdijk, or Sports Cafe in Maasdijk, shall I say.
140.
He's been hanging out with, spending time with, enjoying time away from the hockey.
60. $57.
It does feel like today is a completely different day for MVV.
125.
For Donny today, it's just trying to get him as much confidence as possible ahead of a stint in the afternoon session on Thursday
98.
and Friday. And looking at Thursday and Friday, these are the players he'll be joining in Group C. He'll be joining Shane
100.
Hayward, James Bailey, Devon Peterson, and we know for a fact even Poulsen. And it's looking highly more likely now that James Welding will be joining that mix too.
26. $45. $100. Donny car 143.
Marvin throws his body at the board sometimes with that last start. He goes with it.
$100. Marvin car 80.
Another one there, and one over the top. Has to come across to the left.
40. Donny car 43.
Not to be this time round.
Well, he's been comprehensively outplayed so far in this contest, but Donny Scheurwater has a route to level up if he can find, well now, double 17. Does not like the look of it. Does
9.
not like the look of it
Marvin
at all.
car 40.
And so Van Velzen here, tops of the break in for 2-0.
$20. Donny car 34.
Well, all's well, but
Second
ends well.
leg, Donny
Wasn't
Scheurwater.
quite conventional, but Donny Scheurwater finds a way to level this
Marvin to
contest
third
up at
first.
1-1.
Game on.
Sometimes
81.
it's better to have just one dart in your hand and it feels like a combination finish, even though it's such a small finish. It's a combination finish.
94. $85. $134. $140. $126.
Well, Van Velzen will feel like he's got 6 from this.
133.
9-5, and then
Donny
133 leads himself from
147.
62, forcing Scheurwater to take out this 147. He's not going to do so.
81. Marvin
Velzen will return
62.
for 62 to put his nose in front once again in this contest. It's only going to be a dart. That dart's going to be a double top. And that dart is sank. And Van Velzen is 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg Donny to through first. Game on. .36.
Well, on throw, Marvin has been excellent so far, but the one leg he had against it left a lot to be desired.
59.
Doesn't want to get embroiled in a contest where he doesn't need to get embroiled. And also, we don't quite know how important the role of legs difference is going to be in the end game here in this Group A. If he wins, then he moves on to plus 17 if he wins by a leg. Can move on to a maximum of plus 19 with the 16 points in hand. He
100.
plays Gary Stone in round 4 of today's action. His next game, incidentally, is in a couple of matches' time against Adam Mould. He plays again by the time Gary Stone plays his
60.
next match, which could hold some significance because that means if he can rattle off a couple of wins because of his legs difference, he would go to the top of the table.
87.
The old ifs and ands game again, isn't it? But it's all about who's doing what on the day and who looks more likely.
47.
Donny always looks more comfortable against Marvin than he does most other players. Maybe they've played each
60.
other a few times in the past. Maybe it's because he's same nationality, who knows, but we see Donny playing a little bit better against Marvin.
180. 148. .23. Marvin Yukar 98.
Well, this is for the break kid to really take charge of this contest. Double 19 for Marvin Van Velzen for a 3-1 lead.
79.
Chance
Donny Yukar
gone.
125.
Yeah, his eye line went again. Had a look at the scoreboard to see what Donny was on. And at the end of the day, you don't want, it doesn't matter whether your opponent's on 15 or 250.
40.
Once you make the decision to go for it, you go for it.
It's 2 8s and now 2 4s.
Because now he's looked over at the scoreboard to see how close he was on 125. Now he's looked at the scoreboard again and see if he's on 85. And that's made the double even more difficult.
41.
Well, Donny can't say he hasn't been given openings by his opponent in this match. Van Velzen's thrown 21 darts in this leg. Donny's thrown 24. One left at double 1.
2.
Doesn't go. And Van Velzen, who should be in charge of this contest, conceivably he could be off the winner by now. He's allowing Donny Scheurwater opportunity after opportunity. He's giving out gifts like a market stall Santa Claus, but we are back level at 2-2.
Yeah, we are close to Christmas, but these are absolute presents that Scheurwater's being given here from Van Velzen.
.66. .40. .95. .78.
Marvin van Velzen in this game has spent 12 opportunities at a double. Donny Scheurwater was given the opportunity to hold throwing 26 darts in the last leg.
And look what confidence it's given him. That's the thing. Once you start handing out legs for Christmas, all of a sudden, you give your opponent a bit of confidence. And Marvin's been guilty of this on more than one occasion this week so far in Group A. And it's something that he was not doing when he was a series winner here at the Super Series.
133. Marvin O'Carr, 109.
Well, this was the finish that kick-started his first game. May well be the finish that gets him out of jail in his second game. It's Tots of Van Velzen.
69. Donny O'Carr,
but this
70.
time, it's not found. And Scheurwater's got an opportunity here for the break. He's got an opportunity to go 3-2 to the good. And suddenly,
38.
Velzen could have found
Marvin
himself in a
O'Carr,
big
40.
hole, but he's got another opportunity. But you sense this time he has to take out this Tops. Double 10. Just
32.
over the bar.
Donny O'Carr, 32.
When that left his hand, he would have felt that that was in.
Game show on the fifth
These
leg,
are
Donny
games
Scheurwater.
that absolutely squirrel your brain. They
Six
make
leg
you
Donny
go
to the
all
first.
stupid inside. Marvin is
Game
not a happy bunny.
Well, it's that same irking problem again for Marvin van Velzen. An inability
65.
to finish off when he is in position. It's a problem nobody wants,
94.
but Van Velzen finds himself in one almighty predicament right now.
82.
If it was me, I'd still be believing. If I was in Marvin's shoes here, I'd be believing I'm doing enough. It's not the scoring that's the issue. Just get yourself there again, and surely the law of averages says you'll start hitting
96.
doubles. And he started okay, 94 and 96. But you've given
140.
a belief to your opponent that he can actually win this game from really not doing anything. And there's 10 points difference in the average in Marvin's favour.
140.
And the stat that he needs to be worried about on his side of the board is 2 doubles from 18 attempts. He sharpens
85.
that up. The average goes up by 3 or 4 points. Everybody's happy. Well, you are as a dart player particularly.
So
60.
Marvin van
Donny
Velzen
O'Carr,
may have just played
129.
himself out of it here. Triple 20 would have given Donny a dart at the pull to have beaten Marvin van Velzen.
64. Marvin O'Carr, 111.
Well, you got yourself in this hole, Marvin. You're going to have to get yourself out of it. And he may do. But the double
95.
16 does not go.
Donny O'Carr, 65.
Well, this would be an upset. This would be one for the apple cart. This would be one to put on the highlight wheel for Donny Scheurwater. For the match, it's double 16.
33. Marvin O'Carr, 16. Game show on the sixth leg, Marvin van Velzen.
So, has Van Velzen played his get out of jail
Second and
card?
final leg, Marvin to through first.
Momentum surely
Game on.
now with Van Velzen.
There's a get out of jail free card. And then there's escaping through Alcatraz a la Houdini.
45.
I thought Houdini jumped out of a barrel going over the waterfall.
Amidst many other things.
40.
Oh dear, are we going to be Wikipediaing again during the break?
Well, Van Velzen should have had this
82.
game under lock and key when he began to run away with it in the early courses. But it was Donny Scheurwater that had Van Velzen locked up for a long, long time.
55.
And Van Velzen's head is probably somewhat akin to Hell in a Cell right now.
$58.
And if he does lose this, then he may well find himself in a bit of a spin.
56. $100. $40. $60.
Well, Van Velzen leaving himself at a finish for the match, and he's going to get a couple of visits from 156 to
Marvin 156.
take himself out of an almighty hole.
$121. $44. Marvin 35.
Well, Donny has given everything to this contest, but Van Velzen 35 to get the job done. Double 16.
Getting shot on the match.
Crashed
Marvin
off the
Van
barrel and into the bed, and Marvin Van Velzen puffs his cheeks in relief because he knows that he's got away with one there. Donny Scheurwater should have sealed that match. Van Velzen got to a blistering start in the contest, but then hit some kind of stumbling block midway through. He missed 20 darts, had a double in that contest, but somehow has still managed to come out the victor 4-3. Next up, Eva Poulsen up against James Welding.
Welcome back to viewers on Pluto TV to the ADC Global Championship. We are on game 6 of the day. This is Group A, and we are on day 3. And this game will see everybody having completed 2 matches today. Just before the break, we saw Marvin van Velzen limp over the line on a 4-3 win over Donny Scheurwater, and now we see Ivan Springborg Poulsen taking on James Welding. Now, James Welding was defeated by Marvin van Velzen 4-2 in his previous match, but played tidily with a couple of 180s, a 1-2-8 shot out, and it was just one of those games where he was on the wrong end. And Poulsen, he's already played today. He went down 4-1 to our table topper at the moment, Gary Stone. So he's still lying at the bottom of the group, desperately looking for points to try and lift himself off of it.
For James, he doesn't want this day to completely fall to
83.
waste. Lost his first match. He's put him in a severe back foot. He can't afford for everything just to drop as a consequence of one
47.
bad result.
$60. $58.
Well, James Welding in his St Helens kit colours was even Poulsen's shirt today, particularly with the print colours and the print name on the background and the typeface of
59.
it. Looks a little bit like one of those We United kits you used to get on Pro Evolution Soccer back in the day.
96.
I'm sure you know all about Pro Evolution Soccer, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so old that I still call it football.
36. James Ricard, 120.
I'm also so old that when you mention the team United, I think of Leeds, not Manchester.
Yeah, Pro Evolution Soccer is a football game which didn't usually have the rights to team names.
Getting shown the first leg, James Welding
takes the first leg of a break and throw. To the point that when Portsmouth were in the Premier League, they didn't have the rights to Portsmouth's name or anything attached to it. Couldn't even call it Pompey. So it called itself Pompey. So the letters of the team name were Pompy.
180.
That's a 180 for James Welding.
That's James Welding, second of the match.
For example, Manchester United used to be known as Manchester Red. Tottenham and North London Lily Whites.
119.
I take it you had the game. You seem to know all the names.
Yeah, then I grew up.
85. $125.
I have to be honest, I haven't been on a gaming machine probably since the PS2. I think
37. Ivan Ricard, 157.
I can't remember what that would have been. It'd have been something very simple. Probably Pac-Man or something.
59. James Ricard, 76.
Well, Welding here looking to open up a 2-0 lead if he can find double 8.
60.
Let's go. And so Springborg, shall I say. It's back for 98. Now 97.
38. James Ricard, 16.
Two fours.
8. Ivan Ricard, 60.
Chance for Poulsen here then. An unexpected chance as well. Tops up.
40. James Ricard, 8.
Getting more opportunities. This time he
James on the
takes it.
second leg,
He's
James
2-0 up.
Welding.
But he's had to spurt a lot of darts to get to
Third
that
leg
point.
through first. Game on.
I think for somebody like Jimmy, it's very difficult to play a slower player for him. He is quite rapid. I'm not saying as fast as rapid Ricky Evans,
16.
but even he's taken the pace out of his game these days, I believe. He's a proper
57.
first dart merchant. When the first one's right, Jimmy is right on cue. And his 5 180s yesterday
54.
suggest that. He had a 180 in every game he played yesterday.
Is he sometimes too quick, though, at the doubles, particularly when he's chasing around the board?
100.
At the doubles he can be, I think, but sometimes that helps a rapid player. You know, a combination on the doubles, because you just look and throw.
36.
And that's 9 times out of 10 the secret to hitting doubles rather than overthinking it. If you start looking at it and then start going, oh, I've got to hit this, blah, blah, blah.
96.
At the same time, you're not going to hit it.
$100. $96.
Oh, well, he's left himself on 152 to get the double breaker throw. What pressure could Poulsen apply here?
140.
The answer is much.
James McCall, 152.
Much pressure.
$57. Ivan Nukar,
He's left himself on a
111.
2-darter, but he would have liked to have left it more handed than 95. Made him get a go. May not even get a go.
71.
Because Poulsen is
James
clipped
McCall,
tops
95.
for what would have been a magnificent 111 finish.
Getting shown the third leg, James Welding.
And punished.
Yeah, once again.
Fourth leg, James through first.
The speed at which
Game
Welding does this, it's either right on point or it drags a little bit.
96. $57. $100. $140. $125.
Well, Welding here looks as if he's going to get this game one in double quick time. We saw game one within 8 minutes when Adam Mole got the better of Gary Stone
100.
in the fourth match of the session. It looks like James Welding is en route to getting this game done in double quick time. He's
140.
left himself on tops after 12, and he really has upped it towards the end.
Yeah, he has. He sort of started slowly in this one and started to go through the gears. And I'm
James McCall, 40.
pleased that Poulsen is now throwing with a bit of freedom. He's hit 3 180s in the first 2
James on
days,
the
and now
match,
he's
James
hit
Welding.
3 this morning. But James Welding sees a 4-0 win off. It looked more comfortable than it actually was. He went through the gears towards the last 2 legs, but Welding will be pleased to put another couple on the board. Start to chase those just above him. 87.13 for Welding, 4 from 12 on the doubles. Those are the bits that we need to sharpen up on this whole group. We head off into a short break, and when we return, we will have Adam Mould against Marvin van Velzen.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come in here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Here's a winner on Marvin.
It's the final ADC major of the season, the Global Championship. 8 players will play off for £25,000 on Sunday afternoon from 2. And these are the players that are qualified already. Lipscomb, Bolton, Pilgrim, Brooks. The final 4 players will be known on Saturday evening after qualifying night from 7:30. So from that into our next game. This is a meeting between Adam Mould and Marvin van Velzen before the break. Even Poulsen lost out by 4-0 to James Weld. Now rounded off the second round of fixtures. And following it, Gary Stone is top of the table, 18 points to his name. Van Velzen and Mould are both on the 16 points. Van Velzen used a massive get-out-of-jail-free card in his previous match against Donny Scheurwater. Missed 20 darts and a double, but still found a way somehow to cross the line by 4-3. And if he wins this match up against Mouldy, then he'll move to the top of the table. The only way Adam can go to the summit is if he beats Van Velzen by 4-0.
First leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
So, huge game. It feels like a winner stays on clash in terms of winning this Group A. And on the basis of today, you'd have to argue that on a more consistent basis, Adam Mould has been playing the better stuff, Scott.
Yeah, he has. He looks to have been really up for it today. Knows the task in hand and he doesn't want to let go. And no matter what he does, he's going to do everything he can to try and stop it happening.
177.
Well, what a start this is.
Yeah, dare we say it?
60. Adam McCall, 144.
The last time he played here, the Super Series, he hit a 9. But he's not going to do it in the Globals.
I was just about to say, dare we say it? Let's say it in German.
92.
9. Don't say anything, but it's all right.
Your German is much better than my English.
9.
100. Adam McCall, 52.
Comes out to double 16, the favoured route this time round.
Getting shown the first leg.
Nicely done, Mouldy. 12 dart leg.
Second leg, Marvin, you throw first.
Really has come to the party today. Set his stall out. Had a look. Set his task. Looked himself in the mirror, I expect, before he left the hotel and said, look, this is what I've got to do. Time to step up, Boise. And that's exactly what he's doing.
100.
Well, he's kick-started every game well, and it's given him a
40.
basis in which to build. And for his opponents, they haven't been able to keep pace with the heavy artillery. It was a 93-38, 50% on the doubles,
60.
and a 4-2 winning against Donny Scheurwater. And then he blew apart Gary Stone. 98.5 average, 4 from 6 on the doubles. When he's had opportunities, he has taken them, and that's been the glaring problem for Van Velzen today.
180.
He needs 1 for 1 after a 180, but he's done it 3 darts later than perhaps we would have wanted.
125. Marvin McCall, 141.
The Mould still in touch on 216, but a troublous visit here from Marvin would
64
cause all sorts of problems for himself. 140 here from Mouldy, and he's back in the game. We saw him do a 180 here and leave 36.
140.
And he's disappointed that he didn't do it. He did that in the last game.
Game shown in the second leg. Marvin Van Velzen.
Nicely done from Marvin, because he hadn't been doing that game before, and Mouldy will know that.
First. Game on.
And you start thinking, oh, why didn't you do that for me? Why didn't you let me have a go?
41. 137. 100. 95. 60.
Adam not shy to let us know how he feels. Wears his heart on his sleeve.
77.
'Well, I thought it was a really positive start for Adam. This game is just beginning to slip and slide
60.
by, and Van Velzen, slowly but surely, is really getting his claws into things. He's got 6 darts here for 192 to put himself 2-1 in front. Remember, he had trailed by Lengton because of that 12 dart starter mould. But that now feels like a long time ago.
$60. Marvin 58.
Time on his side.
$38.
He's going to need that luxury. He's going to need 3 more. He's missing doubles again.
$100. Marvin 20.
Double 5 inside.
16. Adam 80.
And the double trouble returns for Van Velzen. Mouldy's got a glint in his eye. Can he finish this off?
60.
Catches the flight, misses by
4.
a country mile.
Missed doubles was the story of this game yesterday. Van Velzen missed 11 darts to win this particular match. He's got more darts here to get the break and move 2-1 in front. And he has spurned the chances. He's let them be passed by. Adam Mould here is getting a free pass. But can he take it?
15.
Knows the answer.
Marvin your car 2.
To quote Stuart Pike, pressure, pressure, pressure.
Game show on the third leg, Marvin Van Velzen.
Marvin gets there in the end.
Fourth leg, Marvin to through first. Game on.
He's getting very good on double 1, isn't he?
Being good on double 1 is not something any dart player wants to hear. Because it means that everything else has gone wrong, usually.
$140. $140.
Well, a boss watch.
54. $100.
Put it this way, somebody has spent their winnings wisely.
$59. $57. $95.
A little bit of a saviour dart, last one up there for Van Velzen.
$100. Marvin Car 153.
$153 for Van Velzen. Isn't going to go this time. And so Mould will return for 104 to
Car 104.
square this game up at 2-2. Which maybe in a roundabout way would be a fair reflection of the contest. And that is an excellent finish. It's his second sub plus finish of the day. The 104 joined the 114.
Game on.
Yeah, once again, Mouldy's showing a bit of steel and grit here because that was a breaker throw.
57.
Get back into this match. Now he's got to find the scoring segments and hold his throw. At the moment,
96.
That's not happened, and Van Velzen had got away.
$95. $60.
Van Velzen's average here has dropped below the 80 mark.
100.
Mould in excess of 90.
But he's still sat there at 2-2, Henry, so he won't be worried about the average. He'll be worried about what's on the doors, scores on the doors.
96.
It feels like Mould is the better player right
100.
now, but he needs to take advantage of that.
$140. Adam McCall, 149.
149. To back up the 104 the previous leg, not to be on this occasion. And so
97.
Van Velzen
Marvin
looking at
109.
109, which he's already taken today.
And another attempt at it in exactly the same way. But he's missed a big number this time. That's a lift for Mouldy.
$83. Adam McCall, 52.
To move in front, to move one away, double 16.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Adam Mould.
Mould with a seismic hold, and he moves 3-2 in front.
Six leg Marvin to throw first.
But Van Velzen has been in this mire before. This is exactly the situation he found himself in his previous match. But the difference is his opponent is playing much better now than was the
96.
case in his previous match.
$137. $58. $57.
Oh, 180 behind, and he doesn't look like it 180 either.
58. Marvin McCall,
That doesn't help him.
167.
And so he has a bit of breathing space to take us the distance in this game.
60.
Can only put a 60 size hole in his setup turn. But Mould is having a bit of a shocker. At least
46.
it's
Marvin McCall,
against the darts, and he will have an opportunity to right the wrong on throw in the next leg. Tots of Van Velzen.
67.
Has not clearly got away once, really, has he, in this contest? To be honest, other than the 109 he got, his finishing has been fairly staccato.
180. Marvin McCall, 40.
And now there's pressure attached to this tops.
Game shot on the sixth
Van
leg.
Velzen levels it all
Velzen.
up then in what is an important match in this
Coming
group.
final leg, Adam to
Down
throw
to a
first.
one-leg
Game on.
shootout, and Adam Mould has to take advantage of having the darts.
Well, this is a game on or game over leg. The winner of
140.
this leg will stand themselves a chance with Gary Stone still to play James Welding in this round of fixtures. The loser realistically will be gone.
32. $96.
Backed it up with a big single travel visit, just what the doctor ordered. Now Velzen is under all sorts of pressure.
41.
And you can see it's affecting his scoring game.
Well, it's in Adam Mole's hands from this point onwards.
98.
Leaves himself on a finish. Van Velzen is a long way back.
$140 out of the car, 167.
Down a corner here, Paramount. Oh, it's going to do more than that.
135.
18's it up for his favourite double 16. One would say a little bit boring, but one could say very sensible.
100.
Well, in this spot, pragmatism probably is the most important thing. But more important than anything else is picking up points, and that's exactly what Adam Mold has done. A 13 darter in the decider sees him defeat MVV, and it keeps Adam Mold in with a shout of winning the group. He played everything down earlier. He said he didn't have a glimmer of a hope. Well, he's got an outside shout now, and he's got to hope that James Welding does him a favour. He takes on Gary Stone next, but before that, let's have a look at those numbers. A superb display from Adam Mold, an average of 93.5, 4 for 9 on the doubles, and in every single game today, he is averaged in excess of 90.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Well, Adam Old has kept himself in the mix in terms of winning Group A. He's now level on points with Gary Stone at the top of the table. That's courtesy of a 4-3 win before the break against Marvin van Velzen. This is how the table looks. Gary Stone on 18 points alongside Adam Old. Van Velzen now finds himself on the outside periphery of things. Next up for us, it is Gary in action. He can move on to 20 points at the top of the group if he can get the better of James Welding here at the Global Championship. For James, decent performance last time out. Got the better of even Poulsen 4-0. Averaging the end of 87, but played a little bit better than that. Missed a few doubles towards the end. For Gary, when he kicked off the day with a 94-94 and a 4-1 win against even Poulsen, and then he got drubbed, didn't he, by Adam Old in the second game. But in fairness, Adam was absolutely scintillating in that contest. Didn't really give Gary much of a look in that game at all. He has had a little bit of time to compute that. He's been off the stage now for 3 matches. And so reset mentality, one thing we speak about being a real key. He has had time to regroup. And he hasn't seen anybody leapfrog him in the table, so he may feel as if, despite that defeat, that he may have got away with it a little bit.
Yeah, for me, I think this one's all about how Gary Stone is looking here, whether he feels like he's being chased or whether he feels that he's the accelerator. I think that you have to look forward and go, right, I'm going to do a job here and remain positive.
100.
We'll see how good his mind coach really is in this situation, because these are the situations where Gary used to look over his shoulder rather than look for the finishing tape. So James is a tricky customer.
96.
We know that. He's been hitting sort of 5 180s a day, and he's hit 4 already today, and he can feel a little bit hard done by with the results that haven't come his way, and quite understandably so.
What for you changed in matches after you saw said by coach? How did your mental capacity to deal with situations change? And how do you think it will change Gary?
It just, a mind coach, all they try to do is try to get you to remain positive. Because the minute that you start thinking negative in a dart match, you go backwards.
170.
It really is that simple. Once you start overvaluing each dart,
58,
and you start valuing a 1 as a negative, then every time you hit a 1, your head goes somewhere else, and then that doesn't allow you to hit a treble 20 or a treble 19 with your next throw. So
94.
What they try to do, they try to make sure that, yeah, there might be 2 1s in this leg, but there might also be 4 treble 20s. So concentrate on the treble 20s.
James Welding.
James Welding concentrated on the treble 20s and the double 16 there.
James to throw first.
112, break a throw. Tidy from him. His second ton topper of the day.
125.
Well, Gary Stone now hasn't won a leg since beating even Poulsen 4-1. That's 5 on the spin that has gone against the Scot.
60.
The question is, are the alarm bells ringing for Gary Stone? This is where the mind coaching, all that mind coaching comes in.
Well, there's certain things he's been doing this week that a year ago I don't think he would have had the capability of doing. We know he has a very high ceiling,
100.
but I think there's always been a question mark with Gary as to how he deals with setbacks, how he deals with adversity. Well,
100.
I think there's a sign here that he's dealing with it much better than perhaps he would have previously.
100. Gary Carwood and 61.
People came to me after I saw a mind coach and said it's a total waste of time. And I said, I don't think so.
91.
I went to Lakeside and had 3 first-round losses. And I went to a mind coach, spent 350 quid and won £100,000. It's about investing in yourself
37.
and what you believe in.
Gary Car 70.
And everything as well is personal preference. Certain things work for certain people and certain things don't work for others. But it's certainly working for Gary, although that tops didn't quite work out. And now he could be in some serious danger here because Welding's coming back for a 2-0 lead. He's looking at tops. And he gets the tops. He's 2-0 to the good. And there's some serious problems now for Gary Stone.
Through first, game on.
Yeah, my mind coach is a Irish fella.
45.
In Belfast called Stephen McKibben, and he was doing kickboxers and what have you before me. And we've become friends over the last...
59.
Well, how long have you been with me? 12 years, 10, 12 years probably. And yeah, if ever I'm in
134
Belfast, we always meet up and go and have a chat somewhere. And so it's yeah, and we phone probably
85.
monthly. We phone and chat and say hello to each other. And so he's become a friend more than as much as a mind coach now. So yeah, and when he watches my game and feels that he feels there's something we can change, he's on the phone again and we have a chat about it and we do something about it.
59.
Gary's scoring really well in this
58.
match, but Welding has just been hanging around the
123.
periphery by and large, then taking the crumbs that he's got, but he's a fair way behind on this leg, and so Stone will leave
87.
himself on 36 to bring it back to 2-1.
100. Gary O'Carr, 36.
Two nines.
27.
Inside, and
James
so
O'Carr,
Welding back for
140.
140. Now, he's had the 112 already in this match, and if he gets this,
120.
even the strongest
Gary
of
O'Carr,
players
9.
would have felt a bit broke.
No score. James O'Carr, 20.
What's he say? The single's sometimes the hardest art.
It is if you're concentrating on the double.
James on the
Opportunities
third
open
leg,
for
James
Welding, and
Welding.
I like what James did there. He took his time. He's a really fast thrower. The
Fourth leg,
easiest
James
thing he
to
could have done
first,
then,
game on.
jumped in and then started throwing quickly. And for Stone,
100.
the tense, nervous headache is beginning. He was looking at the start of the day thinking he needs a couple of wins, and the first one came fairly comfortably. But the second one is becoming a little
60.
elusive, and everybody else has caught him.
$60.
And if he loses by a 3-leg scoreline, he would no longer be top
44.
of the table. Adam Mould would get the jump. And to make matters worse, Gary's next game is against Marvin van Velzen.
81.
There is plenty to go in this game. There's in this group.
140.
That's absolute fact.
$85. $85.
Six darts for the match. And he's going about his business
135.
beautifully. He's left himself on tops to complete a 4-0 rout over Gary Stone.
95. James O'Carr, 40.
Stone threw those darts away nonchalantly. Welding takes his time again. He's going to have a good look at this topped. Oh, no.
Gary
That
O'Carr,
is disaster. Absolute disaster for Welding. 18 for tops for Stone. He won't be throwing these away.
37.
Concentrated on that
James
one.
O'Carr, 32.
Maybe he should have thrown them like the three before and he'd have hit it.
Well, this is for back-to-back 4-0 defeats for Gary Stone. 8-8 for James Welding.
24.
Well, the comeback charge has to begin somewhere, has to begin and have a starting point.
Gary Stone.
It may well be just a mere leg of consolation, but it may well be the beginning of something bigger.
Game on.
I've got a county manager that used to tell me it's better to be lucky than good some days. And I think we have to attribute that leg to that saying. And now here we go.
177. $100.
4 darts. James Welding missed for the match. 5 darts perfect at the beginning of this leg for Gary Stone, but no more.
And you have to say, where is this now coming from? Big momentum swing. James Welding is not letting him get away.
$57.
Welding is sticking with him step by step. The 1-2-7 to save the game. Bullseye. Biggest start of his week so far.
102. Change your car, 130. $90. Got your car, 25.
Nicely done by Welding. Stone then, double 12.
Getting shot on the fifth
Went
leg,
that way for a
Stone.
reason. All of a sudden, from 3-0 down and looking absolutely
changes
demoralised,
reversed.
he's
Game
back in the game at 3-2. One thing he has got to worry about is Welding has been
59.
very good. His scoring has been good. It's just his
81.
doubling at the end of that leg. It's the thing that has hampered his whole game. With the best of 7 game, there isn't really enough
121.
legs for the momentum to change twice. So that's Welding's fear here at the moment.
58.
Well, I felt like in that previous leg that Gary Stone was just beginning to put on the afterburners, but it's just slowed up a little bit here. Welding will hope that there is a
58.
second wind in the air. I'm not saying that Gary Stone is feeling a little bit hot under the collar, but now the other sticker's under severe threat of peeling off.
43. $59.
Well, a troublous visit there from Stone could spell danger if Welding can hit.
60.
Very unlucky for not to be more there. 3 perfectly thrown darts. And this is what happens when you're unlucky.
160. $59. Got your car, 24.
Double 12 to take us all the way. That's a beautiful guide.
Getting
There
shown the
was
sixth
no
leg, Gary
way
Stone.
that second dart wasn't finding the bed. And for 3-0 behind,
Seven, the
Gary
final leg, Gary
Stone
the
has
true
taken
first.
us all the
Game
way to a decider. This a pivotal leg. This a key leg. This could be the leg that sets the wheels in motion for Gary Stone.
I can only imagine what's going on out in the players' room here. They would have been into
43.
this game as much as we are, and James Welding now cannot afford to
99.
think about missed darts at a double for 4-0. He's got to try and make sure that he gets this over the line at 4-3.
140.
He would put himself back in the mix with just a few games to go.
42.
But he seems to have lost his scoring power in this last leg. And Gary Stone seems to have found his.
140. $180.
Lovely from James Welding. Just a reminder to say that you're there.
94.
And that's a big last dart from Stone. 140 here from Welding. Needed to stay straight.
73. Garioka 84.
Oh, what a comeback this has been. Double 12 to seal it. But 2 match darts have come and gone, and now his hopes are in the hand of James Welding. He hopes, he prays for a miss. His prayers are answered, but now he
83.
has to do his job. 3-0 down, it looked like he blew it. But this group now may well be a stone's throw away, because Gary Stone has beaten James Welding by 4 legs to 3, and the relief on his face paints a picture that 1,000 words couldn't say. He moves on to 20 points. He moves himself 1 step closer, courtesy of that 4-3 success. He was 3-0 behind, but he wins in a decider. Next up, Donny Scheurwater, even Poulsen. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. Before the break, Gary Stone may have used his get out of jail free card and getting the better of James Welding by 4 legs to 3. That win means that he moves on to 20 points in the group and puts himself in pole position to progress his way through to the qualifying night on Saturday evening. Next up for us is Donny Scheurwater and even Poulsen, 2 players that won ADC qualifiers to get here. Donny winning the Dutch Darts Tour in 2024, whilst even Poulsen won on the North European Tour. These two, the bottom 2 players in Group A, and 2 players, Scott, that will hope this game will serve as a bit of a confidence boost if they can get the win.
Well, it kind of has to, doesn't it? With heading into Group C, they're going to be playing each other a few more times as well. So there's nothing wrong with getting one over on your opponent now, and knowing that you're going to be getting the better of him. That's
95.
As we stand, they're 1 apiece in the head-to-heads. Donny won on
81.
Tuesday. It's a game that Ivan won on Monday, and that is Ivan's solitary win.
56. $60. 33.
Well, a lunchtime darting treat for all of you watching on, wherever you're watching us from.
45.
And if you are tuning in, do let us know. We are available at MSS Darts on Facebook, X and Instagram. Do let us know where you're tuning in to us from, and we will maybe endeavour to
100.
give 1 or 2 of you a shout out. Don't forget, if you haven't made the migration over already, to head over to Pluto TV. It's very simple to download. You can download the app to your smart TV or smart device. Available via whatever app store you need to do that from. Stream now, pay never.
100. Ivan a car 130.
Perfect guy for the treble. Unable to utilise it, and so
58.
Scheurwater comes back for 72 to take out this opening leg. That's a shuffle across. He wants to go for double 16, but he had to be careful of catching dart 1.
40. Ivan a car 72.
It's the big number, and he may well pay the price here, Poulsen.
32. Johnny a car 32.
That can be ill afforded. An opportunity, a free chance opened up for Scheurwater.
8. Ivan a car 40.
It was double 16, Donny.
Getting shot on the first leg.
1-0 Poulsen. He pins tops.
Second leg, Ivan through first. Game on. $42. $121. $140. $98. $95.
I suppose you could say it's kind of a sink or swim game here, couldn't you?
100. $27. $100.
Well, that time there for Donny. Leaves himself on a 2-darter after 12 to square this contest up and to
81.
get
Donny
the break back.
82.
Tops.
42. Ivan Ukar 116.
So 116 for Springborg Poulsen here.
42. Donny Ukar 40. Game shot on the second leg, Donny Scheurwater.
So level up at 1-1.
Third leg, Donny to three
Scheurwater
first. Game on.
now breaks back and has to throw.
$45.
Ivan heralds from Slangerup, which is a town in the Fredriksen municipality. It's about 30 kilometers northwest of Copenhagen.
125.
The town was established by Viking Slangir at the time of Harald Bluetooth, who was a king of Denmark and Norway.
42.
You remember the old Battle of Hastings stuff? He was around about that time. The most famous son
58.
of that part of the world was King Erik I of Denmark, who was also known as Erik the Good. Population of
42.
around about 7,000.
One thing I do know, they have a good speedway team there in the Danish league.
39.
Do they?
They do indeed.
Their coat of arms feature a church, which is perhaps one of the most
119.
famous features of the town.
Well, there you go, folks. There's your Pluto TV
64.
24/7 history lesson. That's Slangerup for you in Denmark.
78. Donny Ukar 170.
Well, Scheurwater looking to shape up. But he's not going to pin the big fish.
27. Ivan Ukar 120.
Scheurwater, is that a shopping centre?
I think you're thinking of blue water. But this could be the blue touch paper that's lit.
80. Donny Ukar 143. $43. Ivan Ukar 40. Game show on the third leg.
Poulsen takes tops for the second time in this match.
Fourth leg, Ivan to through first. Game on.
Springborg Poulsen now 2-1 up.
41. $46. $60. $41.
Well, coming up later on this week, in Group C, we're going to see Shane Hayward, James Bailey and Devon Peterson. Group B, we're going to see Joe Croft, Charlie
60.
Martin and John Desremo all in action on Pluto TV.
43.
Yeah, the Killer Bee. I suppose they'll all be waking their way to Portsmouth today in readiness for tomorrow.
44.
Well, let's hope he's not as nervous as he was the last time he played in a World Championship scenario.
24.
Yeah, indeed.
An infamous interview moment that was with John Rawling.
140. $58. Ivan Ukar 156.
156 for Ivan to open up a 2-leg gap, but he's got 2 visits to do it in.
60.
He's turned the corner. This is what you need to do to make your opponent feel
134.
a lot
Ivan Ukar
further ahead
96.
than you are.
Double 18.
60. Donny Ukar 155.
He takes sometimes a second grip on his dart once he's in that situation. He has to grip the dart correctly, and it's
81.
a particular grip
Ivan
as he
Ukar,
passes
36.
the dart over in his hand. Sometimes he delays because he hasn't got the dart grip properly.
Springborg, Poulsen.
There's nothing wrong with that one. He gets a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, Donny to 3 first. Game on.
Donny Scheurwater to throw to try and save this game.
45. $60. $40. $100.
Well, this game
140.
could well have some heavy significance in the race for 5th place. And of course,
97.
it does have a financial incentive to it. And it also means you don't have to play first and last on Thursday and Friday.
83.
And nobody likes a longer shift than what they need, do they, Scott?
Apparently not. I can't remember.
84.
But yes.
$57. Ivan Ukar 160.
So 160 here for Poulsen would see him take a win, but it's not going to go this time.
82. Donny Ukar 136. $60. Ivan Ukar 78.
For a 4-1 win, he's going to get a dart at double top. And he's going to get double top for his first win since Monday. Even Poulsen gets the better of Donny Scheurwater by 4 legs to 1. Look at the beaming smile on his face. Look at the smile. Look at the relief. He is so happy to get that win. A 4-1 win. Coming up next, it's Marvin van Velzen against Gary Stone.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble. So Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where we completed 9 matches on this Wednesday morning. This is what we've seen. Even Poulsen, before the break, got his first win since Monday, getting the better of Donny Scheurwater by 4 legs to 1. Gary Stone beat James Welding by 4 legs to 3. And Adam Mole got the better of Marvin van Velzen by the same scoreline. This is how the table looks then, going into the final couple of rounds of the day. Gary Stone, 20 points to his name. Adam Mould a couple behind. He said he had no chance at the beginning of the day. Well, he's got one now. Marvin van Velzen on 16 points. Welding on 14. Donny and Even are the bottom 2 players. Right, let's see let's see Marvin and Gary in action now. Van Velzen and Stone, our 10th match of the session here at the Live Lounge Report. And for Gary, he can move on to 22 points, which is a very safe sanctuary for him, because at that point, nobody can surpass him on points. The only way that he'd be able to be beaten in this Group A will be courtesy of legs difference. However, if Van Velzen can win this game, it may not help his chances of making it through, although there's still a mathematical possibility.
Looks like Marvin to throw first.
Open up the door significantly for Adam Mould, who takes on a resurgent Even Poulsen in the next match. But for Marvin, the story of his day has been the story of his week. Scoring's not been too bad, but he is missing too many opportunities at a double when it matters most.
60.
Summed up perfectly, Henry. It's been the difference between the weeks that he's been here and won, and when he starts hitting his doubles, he then plays better with it. So his scoring then ups. It's a confidence thing.
134.
Just not confident on the outer ring at the moment.
$93. $21. Marvin, your car, 170.
We do know that Gary will be sticking in with it for the long call. He was 3-0 down in his match against James Welding in the previous. May find himself leg to nil down here, because Van Velzen's got 6 on the fish to see the leg through. It was a promising first start, but then the second and the third digress into the treble 1 and single 5, and so he's still in ton plus range.
$62. $60. Marvin, your car, 40. Game show on the first
So
leg,
he had
Marvin
6
van
from there,
Velzen.
Marvin van Velzen, with Gary Stone leaving himself on
Second leg, Gary to sit
166.
first. Game on.
It's almost as if Gary Stone's still in the practice
60.
room right now. He hasn't really got started in this contest.
This is a similar guide to we saw against James Welding to 3-0 down, isn't it?
100.
And then the last 4 legs, he went crazy.
But usually you're only allowed to teeter on the tungsten
100.
tightrope once and get away with it.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing a bit of a Neil Duff say at Lakeside
100.
and keep playing your get out of jail card every game. You can't do that because eventually you get got.
180.
Oh, that will have awoken him into life. Welcome to the match, Gary. We've waited a leg and a half to see ya.
$45.
Well, he's inverted the numbers there. 2 treble turn for, well, 2 big treble turn for Marvin would have maybe painted
42.
a different complexion upon this leg. But Stone, 116. It was the finish that Lipscomb won last week on. But it's not a
96.
finish, which is going to see this
Marvin,
game
your
levelled
car,
up.
164.
Another. That would have been a real steal if he took
96.
that out. But Stone to
car,
equalise,
20.
looking at double 10.
Game show on the second leg, Gary Stone.
Looked very purposeful when he threw that one above the double 5 to make sure that he didn't split it. He
Third
hasn't
Marvin
done
to throw
that.
first.
Double
Game
5 has been his Achilles heel for the last 3 days, and I think that's only the second time he's hit it.
60.
If Gary wins this group, as he probably should from this scenario, I don't think you're going to see a massive let out of
41.
celebration. I just think you're going to see a complete outpouring of relief. Because probably over the course of the 3 days, he probably is the player that deserves to win the group, but it's been made almightily hard a task.
Yeah, absolutely. And
180
on a pinhead there from Stone, and that'll see him in good stead in this leg to try and break the throw. Or does it make Marvin play a little better?
140. $60.
Van Velzen 6 on 204 to re-establish the lead. And that 2 treble turn is left himself on 85 after a dozen, forcing Stone here into a 2 treble turn just to keep pace with the Dutchman.
100.
One
Marvin,
treble
your car,
keeps
85.
himself interested on the outside. The bull
60.
does not go.
Got your car, 120.
Wasn't entertaining getting anywhere near the treble 20. Single 20 now then for Stone. Double top for a good breaker throw.
100.
On the wire.
Marvin, your car, 25.
He took it out yesterday against Adam Bull, but he cannot apply the finishing touches to the Shanghai there. And so Van Velzen to get himself in front at 2-1 has got 2 at double 4. He only needs the one dart, and you could see what that means to Marvin Van Velzen. He knows how pivotal a passage in play this is. If Stone got the break there, there was a real feeling that he may have gone through the gears with Gary and possibly steam off into the sunset.
$139. 43.
Has to be said that Van Velzen has got Stone on the back foot here. If he continues to hit that red bit, he'll have even more on the back foot.
$43.
Huge passage in play. Van Velzen's got his nose in front, and now he's threatening the break, which have put it too clear. And he's left himself on 52 after 9 to do exactly that.
41. Marvin,
we know on occasions that Marvin needs that lead to be able to get enough darts at it to get out.
And Marvin's one of those players as well, you just want to keep in his box.
12.
Because once he allows himself to express himself on the stage, he could be a difficult customer to beat.
140.
And he really is going through that range of emotions right now. Once he feels good, you know he feels good. And he's 3-1 to the good in this match.
Fifth leg, Marvin, you're through first. Game on.
Harry was hoping it was his throw there, but referee Paul Hinks allowing him to
100.
Or telling him it's Marvin's throw. We could say that Gary didn't hear it through the grapevine. He heard it from Hinksy.
Now, pointing him in the direction of yesterday's game, Van Velzen led this match 3-1 and missed a multitude of match darts, so they can go on and win this game and top the group overnight. He has that 2-leg buffer with 1 left across the finishing line here.
$59. 96. $140.
Well, he's on the cusp.
100.
102 points away from a 4-1 win and to keep Gary Stone locked on 20 points. Double 16 to
86.
do it in style, but he is going to come back.
A rather nonchalant 180 there from Gary Stone. We saw him do this before. Is this part of his gamesmanship? It worked with James Welding. It hasn't worked with Marvin Van Velzen. A wry smile from Gary Stone there. Beaten by the better man on this occasion. Van Velzen, yes, hitting doubles. Surprised yourself, Marvin, didn't you? 93.73 for Van Velzen. Very good indeed. 4 from 9 on the doubles. Gary Stone, 80.77. Well under par for him for the week. But he still sat there at the top of the table. We'll head into a short break. And we will return with Ivan Springborg Poulsen against Adam Mould.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Before the break, Marvin van Velzen got the better of Gary Stone by 4-1. Our next game sees even Poulsen and Adam Mould go toe-to-toe on the stage. I need to go home. So, Adam, we have an opportunity here with victory because of the slip-up before the break of Gary to go top of the table on legs difference. Stone losing out 4-1 and everything that he'd built up is being taken away slowly but surely. Poulsen got his first win since Monday last time out, getting the better of Donny Scheurwater. And if the truth be told, okay, take out that last game, which was very scrappy.
100.
He's actually been playing better today, has even.
Yeah, he has, and he improved on his average from Monday yesterday, only slightly, but today he looks much more assured.
60.
Well, I think he's kind of getting used to the situation. It's now coming a little bit more repetitive rather than new for him, so he's starting to get used to it, and I think Adam Mould's going to have to be careful here. It's not a foregone conclusion, especially off the back of a win that he's just had. It gives you a lift. It gives you momentum and a bit of belief.
100. $140.
Mold's left himself a 1-2-1 after 9, just like he has done in every single game he's played so far
84.
today.
Undercard,
Starting
21.
out the gate very, very strong. Treble 17 would have given him a dart at the bull. Poulsen back
53.
for 157 to
157.
save his throw in this opening leg. Not to be, and so Mold will come back for 68 to get the break.
28. Out of the car, 68.
One dart, a double 16.
52.
Goes a begging.
I've in the car, 129.
So Poulsen will start here on treble 19 first, and he hits it. Treble 16, he'll stay single 16 now to leave top. So
89.
Adam Mould will have
Out of the
a
car, 16.
certain amount of pressure here.
Getting shot on the first leg, Adam Mould.
Pressure's for tyres, Mould, he says.
Second leg, Adam to through first. Game on. $125. 60. 60. 83.
I'm not sure why Poulsen moved across there when he went for a clear target. Maybe there's something I haven't noticed in what he's been doing this week, but there seemed no reason to cross over.
$99. 99.
Mould looking to
91.
Climb the ladder for a 2-0
20.
lead. Poulsen's not left himself on a finish. Trouble for tops.
100.
Left himself on a double upon his return to double his lead.
$60. Out of the car, 20.
So Adam Mould for 20. Moves across. Going across again.
10.
And that can sometimes happen when you
108.
traverse across the hockey that way.
$68. Out of the car,
Sometimes
10.
rushes that last dart. When he hits a treble to get a double left, you feel that he loops it up there, doesn't he? He doesn't throw it exactly the same as he does
Game shot on
when
the
he's
second
doing
leg.
everything
Adam
else.
Mould.
And Mouldy knows
Third leg,
to
Ivan
stay
to
in
first.
touch
Game on.
with Gary Stone at the top. This is a pivotal win.
And there's a sort of energy about Adam that
57.
we did not see on Monday or Tuesday. There's a lot more of an animation about Adam. You could call him Adamation.
85.
Indeed, and we're getting into that position again now, Henry, where legs difference is going to be worth a point.
78.
And it's looking like it's going to be worth a point at the top of this league. So this is how we stand at this
125.
particular moment in time. This is the in-play table, and Mouldy has taken
99.
top spot on legs difference. You can see 13 to 12 there against Gary Stone, and that's while he sat at 2-0. Should he go and win this 4-0, he will make a 3-leg difference between him and Gary Stone, which
60.
you would think he would
Under
need
car
because
151.
Gary Stone has got one more match to play, and that's against Donny Scheurwater in game
119.
14. And Adam Mould has James Welding to play in game 15. So this one really is going to go
99.
down to the
Under car
wire
32.
today.
Double 16.
Game shown
3
the
0
third leg,
Mould,
Adam
13
Mould.
data. He really is beginning to put the wheels in motion now.
Fourth leg Adam to through first. Game on.
He is playing with the air of a man that won't be beaten, and he's looking like a man who will not be defied, will not be denied. And that
100.
will sprint towards the finishing tape.
$60. $57. $85. $40. $100. $140.
Used that first dart there so well. It's just above the treble, which was a useful guide because his darts stand up to attention so well.
100. Out of the car, 164.
And because of that, it's given him a match-winning opportunity here. He's not going to take out the 164.
42. Ivan Ukar, 156.
Well, there's to be some way to save it, but he cannot find the second treble. Even Adam Mould had a little look to check it was in.
96. Ivan Ukar, 122.
Didn't miss it by much. Mouldy now go over on the 18s. Treble 18. We're leaving the bullseye for a 1-2-2.
97. Ivan Ukar, 60.
So he offers up a chance for Springborg Poulsen. He's been good on tops today. And he shows he's still been good on tops. And leg difference going to be a factor later in the day. Could that one be
Game on.
the one? Who knows?
And Adam Mould knows how important every leg is, and that is why he is frustrated as he is. Incandescent with rage. Poulsen stole that last leg.
That's how I like my coconut.
60.
Incandescent.
Oh. I was going to say,
I know that's desiccated, isn't it? Coconut.
Put it this way, you wouldn't want it
60.
mouldy.
I wouldn't want mouldy, desiccated coconut. No, I wouldn't. You're absolutely right.
57. $42. $100. $45. $98. $58.
That loss of a leg seemed to have affected the progression of Moldy, he's
56.
trying so
Ivan
hard
Akar,
now
156.
that he's almost stopping himself.
$42. Ivan Akar, 130.
Well, this to put an end to it. It's a great guy for the treble. Cannot use it there.
58. Ivan
He's
Akar,
himself on
114.
72 if he gets a poke at it.
Springborg Poulsen here. 14 for tops again. And he's been good on tops.
75.
Not so
Ivan
good
Akar,
that
72.
time. That was a hell of a rush from Springborg.
This would be a hell of a win. A big
Being shown
win
in the
for
match,
Adam
Adam
Mould. You could see the relief as he crosses the line. He moves back to the summit by a solitary leg on legs difference. He beats even Springborg Poulsen by 4 legs to 1. This is how he did it. 8-3 average, 4 from 10 on his doubles. Next up, James Welding and Donny Scheurwater. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. Before the break, Adam Mould got the better of even Springborg Poulsen by 4 legs to 1. That victory for Mould sees him to the summit of the Group A table. Both him and Gary Stone find themselves on 20 points respectively. going into their final round of matches. One final game in this 4th cycle of matches, and that sees James Welding take on Donny Scheurwater. England and the Netherlands going toe-to-toe in our 12th match of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Live here on Pluto TV. Do stay with us, because after the live action has completed at probably around about 2 o'clock, give or take, we will have 24/7 darts content for you. We'll have some of the greatest games that have ever been played in this building.
Looks
We've
like
got
James to throw
extended chats and conversations. We'll be going in depth on some of the biggest topics in the world of darts, behind the scenes features, and we even go around
58.
people's houses for the On the Oki series. So do stay with us across Pluto TV, because when the live action
31.
ends, there is plenty of other bonus content for you to enjoy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on Pluto TV.
Yeah, some of those bonus content things are extremely interesting.
58.
I've seen a couple myself, and I've absolutely enjoyed all the ones that I've been watching. And
39.
yeah, I'm finding out things about players that I didn't know. And we get to know each other pretty well.
77.
Some of us are travelling around the circuit and probably staying in the same hotels over weekends and weeks that more
100.
than we're with our wives, probably.
Welding
45.
leaving himself
James
on
Carr,
1-2-4 after a dozen darts to take out the opening leg. Not to be on this occasion. Well,
44.
these are some of the things that you can enjoy on Pluto TV. We've got the best of Fallon Sherrick, the Queen of the Palace at the
29.
Super Series.
James Carr, 80.
A roundup of the recent Lakeside tournament.
Game shown the first leg, James Welding.
Double tens like that. Can Luke Littler make history at the
Second leg,
World
Donny, the three
Championship?
first.
That was you
Game
and
on.
Chris Murphy, wasn't it, having that chat the other day? That's available on Pluto TV as well.
45.
Bullseye Challenge featuring Angry Ginge, Jack Mate,
123.
Pie Face, and Danny Avens. And also
99.
some of our classic matches, including that classic match last week. The best game of the ADC Championship so far between Bradley Brooks and Darryl Pilgrim.
180.
Well, this could be a game that could
92.
be in the archives for James Welding forever and a day, because he's currently averaging 104.87.
60.
Been an insanely good start for Welding.
121. James Carr, 138.
Oh, he does the Keith Della 138.
Third leg, James to throw first.
What a
Game
lovely
on.
shot there from James Welding. Keith Della 138 goes. Not seen it done that way in a while.
134.
The modern way is the treble 19 route. But we've rolled back the years here
57.
in the Live Lounge to 1983. Think of Red Trousers. Think of the Milky Bar Kid.
42.
You think of 138.
Back in 1983, the Live Lounge was a church.
98.
Now it's become hallowed turf with the 138 of Keith Della in 1983.
140.
It was a church, then it was a pub, then it was a club, and now it's one of the most famous darts venues on the planet.
34.
My dad used to go night clubbing in this building.
42.
My great-grandma probably came praying in this building.
45. James Carr, 143.
143 for Welding isn't going to go on this particular occasion.
28. 44. Change your car 115.
15 for 3-0 leads.
59.
To be on this occasion, but he's got a plethora of time on his side, and for Donny, it's just not happened today, and it's horrible to see a player
56.
go through what he goes through, and I just hope that the people around him give him the best possible
James
support
on the third leg, James Welding.
ahead of Thursday and Friday in Group C, but Welding here is
Fourth leg, Donny to
wielding
third
away
first. Game
towards
on.
a very quick win. 3-0 up, 20 data, and 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
And could it be said, if he had a slightly better first day, he really would be in the running. He's only a couple of points off it now.
100.
But what I would say is, if it ends up being Group C, as it looks very likely it's going to be, I give him a very, very good chance of making it out the top 2.
Yeah, the way he's playing, absolutely.
140.
There could be some bits to do here, you know. There could be another twist in the tail once this game
94.
is done. We only have one round of games to go.
$97. $49. James your car 164.
164 for the match. Not going to go this time. He will expect to come back.
100. Donny your car 158. $82. James your car 64.
This is for a win in the space of 6.5 minutes. This has been a crash
48.
bang, but
Donny
not
O'Carr,
quite a
76.
wallop yet performance on Welding. To get on the boards.
Getting shown the fourth
Back
leg,
to
Donny
3-1,
Scheurwater.
and fair play to Donny Scheurwater there. He has been comprehensively outplayed in this
James to third
contest. He's
first,
given a
game on.
chance, and he's taken the chance.
58. $45.
Marvin looking to get the job done with his third 180 of the match.
121. $99. $41. James your car 164.
Well, he's got time to eventually see this contest off.
43. $123. James your car 121.
Well, this has been as comprehensive could get. He was
81.
never going to contemplate the bullseye to finish it off. He's going to conventionally square up for tops to get that job done.
51. James your car 40.
Yeah, this will be as comprehensive as it gets in an 80s state-run secondary school.
Game
There
shown
we
the
go.
match, James Welding.
Welding gets the job done 4-1 over Donny Scheurwater. 91.06 the average for James Welding. He'll be pleased with that. 3 180s along the way. 4 from 7 on the doubles out. That's equates to 57.14%. He goes in with one round of games to go, a happy man. But we will return after a break with Ivan Springborg Poulsen versus Marvin van Velzen.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come in here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route, and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Always on the show, so they know that I still got it, and I never feel sorry,
He's been really good at his layups, and it's a big tester here for Trina. Put the pressure on him last time. This is outstanding from Trina Gulliver. What a finish! What?
In fairness, we all travel together.
Send herself through to the final tomorrow night. Can she find a way above? Yes, for double 18. And Vicky Pruitt will head through to tomorrow night final. And Lorraine is on the winning train.
An opportunity here for Sheldon. He's 36 for a break. Finds it 2-up checkout on 93.
Triple 12. And what a shot there from Lisa.
Want to hit 32 to win the leg, to win the match, and to make it back-to-back victories here.
But a chance nonetheless. This will be the first topper of the Championship Tour finals.
She has double 19, Shanghai in the 19s. And she does so.
Game shot in the third.
Well, that is simply superb. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 WADC Windmill Championship Tour winner, Gemma Hayter! Well, this is the 50th and final week of 2024, but week 1 of 2025 we'll see our second Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series. Feels weird seeing all the yellow in the graphics again, doesn't it? Group A is going to see the likes of Lisa Ashton in action, Trina Gulliver, the 10-time world champion, Gemma Hayters going to be in action as well. Group B sees Lorraine Winstanley and Laura Turner in a battle of the commentators, where Dita Hemman, Paige Pauling and Katie Sheldon will all be in action in Group C. So that's the first week of Super Series action next year. This is what's happening right here, right now, here at the ADC Global Championship. And before the break, we saw James Welding get the better of Donny Scheurwater by 4 legs to 1. Adam Mole got the better of even Poulsen by the same scoreline, as too did Marvin van Velzen over Gary Stone. This is how the table looks going into the final round's worth of action. Adam Mould and Gary Stone both on 20 points in the league table. Basically be a battle royale to see who will beat one another on legs difference, quite possibly. James Welding's guaranteed Group C because he cannot surpass Marvin van Velzen's legs difference figure. Even if Marvin lost 4-0 and James won 4-0, it's irrelevant anyway. So Van Velzen in action here against even Springborg Poulsen. And we should say that Marvin van Velzen isn't mathematically out of the race. However, he is going to have to rely on 2 big things go his way. Well, 3 big things going his way. He's going to have to win this game for starters, but his legs difference does him a favour. So if he wins this game, he actually goes top of the group. And if Donny Scheurwater beats Gary Stone and James Welding beats Adam Mould, then MVV could win the group. It's very much an outside shout, but where there's a possibility, there is still hope.
16.
Yeah, absolutely, but you've got to rely on other players that have, well, one of them hasn't really been doing it all Group A. So that's his fear. It's the next game against Gary Stone. It's Donny Scheurwater and Gary Stone game is the one that could be the problematic one for Marvin van Velzen.
$140.
180, 140 to open this game shows his intent to get this job done.
45.
I think Springborg Poulsen needs another stem, I think. Otherwise, he's going to be doing sit-ups all for the rest of the day, picking that flight up.
I just wonder whether Marvin van Velzen will play this game with an element of freedom, because even though he can go top of the group with a win here, he probably feels
44.
Realistically that his
Marvin
hopes are over.
86.
And so maybe he'll just relax a little bit. We could see the best of him as a consequence of it.
You do set out to be top of the group at the end of the week, but unfortunately, top of the group with 2 games to go is not quite that, but it's very close.
44. Marvin McCarr, 40.
Tops to go 1-0 to the good.
Getting shot on the first leg.
And it goes. Van Velzen takes the lead.
Second leg, Marvin to through first. Game on.
13 data to kick off the match. Van Velzen very quick out the gate in this one. And as we aforementioned, because he's 1 up, he's gone to the top of the group.
You can't beat an in-play table, Henry. It tells you.
You can't beat an in-play table, 54. Do you say, Scott?
And there is the in-play table right on cue.
Just like magic.
And you can see there, it's just 60. The matches played is against Marvin van Velden. He's got Adam Mould and Gary Stone to play next.
100.
After his match, so he may just be top of the table after this game for one match. Who knows? Stranger things have happened
140.
Here in the live lounge. We've had people thinking they're out and have left the building. And they had to get a phone call to let them know that they're still in, because the bottom player in the group has beat the top player in the group, and you are qualified top.
Silly thing to do, that, Scott, isn't it?
Crazy thing to do. I know it happened to Conan Whitehead on one occasion, and some guy called Scotty Dog as well. It happened to him.
Oh, right, you qualified that time.
Yeah, the one time I qualified. No, yeah, it did. Nathan Treadgold, my friend forever.
Marvin, your car 167.
This for a 2-zip lead in the match.
$95. Ivan your car 74.
One dart to level up, and that one dart is at tops.
54. Marvin your car 72.
Single 16 then for double top.
Game shown the second
Double
leg.
top
Marvin
goes.
Velzen.
Poulsen had
Third leg
a
Ivan
dart
for
at it.
first. Game on.
Legs difference aren't the issue for Van Velzen. It's points are the issue for him. He's probably a couple of points short of where he needed to be. And when you're just the 2 points short and your games are over, it's the most frustrating thing when you think back to your 3 days and you think, where could I have got 2 points? And 9 times out of 10, you can find 5 places you could have got them where you made a mistake, and that can frustrate you
100.
going into the group stages. But you have to forget it. You can't take it with you. It's done. You have to put it in the rubbish bin, seal the lid on it, and start again.
100.
But the irony is, probably for those 5 games, you think, where's the 2 points come from that I could have got to win the group? That you never think the other way round. Oh, I dodged those bullets.
No, you never do. No, you never do. They're safe in the bag. You don't think of those. I think sometimes it takes a very rational person to be able to sort of work them out in any round robin tournament, whether you're playing one over the Christmas period around and about in your local pub and club or here at the Live Lounge. You just don't think like that. You're absolutely right, Henry.
140.
Velzen's playing like a dream here, leaving himself a 1-2-1 after 9. Average in excess of 103 at this present moment in time. Hasn't missed a dart of the double either so far in this contest.
100. Marvin your car 121. $65. $69. Marvin your car 56.
For 3-0. 2 at tops. Now double 10.
46.
Doesn't go. And so Poulsen will return for the 131 to half the deficit.
$91. Marvin your car 10.
Splits 2 double 4. Such a fashionable route these days.
6.
But it doesn't work out for MVV. So it allows Poulsen an opportunity to pinch this leg. And pinching he will by pinning the tops. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg Marvin
Yeah,
to
he
third
has
first.
been
Game on.
good on tops. Has Springborg Poulsen.
140.
I think for him to go back to 0 points in Group C is something he will relish in, because
57.
now he knows more about the place, how to play at the place, what's coming at you. He doesn't quite understand the exclusion zone just yet.
All things that will come with time.
140.
Still got another 10 games to play this week after today.
55. 140. $45. Marvin 81.
Double 12 for 3-1. That's an 11 darter. That's the best leg of the week so far for Marvin van Velzen. He is averaging a ton on the nose. And he's a leg away from topping the table ahead of Gary Stern and Adam Roll playing in the last 2 matches.
100. $140. $100. $100. $81. $85. $100.
So, Springborg Poulsen down to a finish. And Velzen's going to need to pressure that. Another one of those. And he can come out for a 16.
136.
And you feel the job is almost complete. But how Springborg Poulsen. Oh, he does. Perform some heroics to save the match. A 120 shot out. The 62-year-old Danish thrower.
$137. $60.
Van Velzen, though, here has the throw to seal the contest.
81. $60. $120.
Crucial bounce out there for Van Velzen because it leaves him on a bogey, but Poulsen way back on 381.
45. $123.
He didn't want to bounce out then, did he?
Tops after 12 in a leg to win the match, and it would put Marvin van Velzen provisionally to the top of the group. Just when you thought it was a 2-horse race, a third player has emerged. Marvin van Velzen will top Group A with 2 matches to go, but he needs the final 2 results to go his way if he is to go on and win the group. He beats even Poulsen by 4 legs to 2, and now he has to sit and wait and hope. But what a performance to end! 104.5 the average, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, 81 checkout, the highest for him. Coming up next, Donny Scheurwater and Gary Stone.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Global Championship, where we've got a couple more games to go in this Group A. At this present moment in time, Marvin van Velzen is the clubhouse leader. He heads back knowing that he can do no more. He's on 20 points. Two other players join him on that mark. Adam Mould and Gary Stone both on that figure. If Gary wins this game against Donny Scheurwater, he'll move on to 22 points, and then he'll have to await the result of our final game between Adam Mould and James Welding. Well, for Gary, win, he goes top, lose, and he can't possibly go through. But he takes on Donny Scheurwater here, who, if the truth be told, Scott, is, unfortunately for him, struggling on this Wednesday. Started well against Adam Mould, averaged 86, but since then, for one reason or another, it's just not quite happened for the young man.
First.
It seems to be his way each day that he started well. He's come in with a new sort of outlook and line of thought, and then by the end of that first game, he's sort of back into his shell kind of thing, and it not worked for him. But well, there's a statement of intent from Gary Stone straight off. It's in his hands. Nobody else can do anything about it if he goes and wins this one.
If he wins 4-0, then he will be on plus 16 legs difference on 22 points and 48 legs won. That would mean that Adam Mould would have to win 4-2 or better against James Welding in the final game of the session. Mould on
45.
plus 14, 46 legs won on 20 points. Mould has won 2 more legs than Gary over the course of this group, so that's why 4-2 will be good enough for him.
123, Gary Car
So
142.
if Welding gets the 3 legs against Adam Mould, then it would be good news for Stone. But that's only if he wins this game to 0.
62, Donny Car 160.
And that could be white irrelevant if Scheurwater took out that 160. He's not able to.
45.
And so
Gary
Stone will
Car,
return for 80 to take out this opening leg against the throw. Went tops. And now I'll get one more dart at that target, but he doesn't like the lie. His darts stand up to attention, and so that
40.
second dart was
Donny
a complete and
Car
utter blocker.
115. 75, Gary Car 40.
Tops for Stone. Double
James
10
Shaw,
goes.
first
There's a
leg,
break
Gary
of throw
Stone.
for the Scot. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, Gary
And he
to
said to be
first.
broke in the
Game
first
on.
leg. He could really get himself in the contest very quickly. He could establish a big lead very quickly in the contest. Just the way that both players' days gone. You got that sense if
100.
Gary can get in front quickly and instinctively, then he could get the job done quite quick.
60.
It's the way that I'd be looking at
100.
it. I would try and be getting this done as quick as possible, but there would always be an air of apprehension here.
98.
Well, Donny did beat Gary yesterday by 4 legs to 1, and in that interview that he had of us in the studio, he said it was a
140.
defeat that irked him throughout the entirety of the day.
Well, I think if it got to a position that he didn't go through, he would look back at that one and go, that's why it didn't happen.
140, Gary Car
Without doubt.
161.
However, that could have been the moment that stoked the Stone fire.
91. 95, Gary Car 70. Game shown in the second leg.
2
Gary
legs on the
Stone.
trot for Gary Stone. Things are looking very good
Third
for
leg,
him.
Donny to through first. Game on. $78.
If you're in Donny's corner, what would you be
60.
trying to say to him overnight ahead of his Group C campaign?
I think I would be saying, look, you've got a fresh canvas to paint on in the next
41.
Group C, and I think you've got to be careful that you don't fall into a trap of
140.
this being a rut. He's got to find his feet. That 95 average he did
138.
on the very first game that he played in this building, we all looked up and thought, wow, this guy can throw.
100.
He's got to work out whether it's him stopping himself or whether that is the highest average he's ever recorded. I'm not sure, but either
28.
way, he's kind of got to the point where I think he's just throwing for the sake of throwing. I don't think he's overly aiming. He's throwing with
139.
too much freedom, and that means you're not very accurate. You have to care, but just not be right on the point of over caring.
56. Gary Car 62.
Well, this is for the double break for Gary Stone. Just the wrong side of the wire. 45 scored. And so double 8.
46. Donny Car 160.
And now the Gary Stone scenario
35. Gary Car 16.
becomes very much more in play, because if he wins this
Game shown
leg,
the
he
third
has the
leg,
darts
Gary
for
Stone.
the 4-0 victory that we mentioned at the beginning of the match, which would mean that James
Gary to third
Welding
first. Game on.
can ill afford to get to 3 legs if Adam Moulds to make it through.
60.
I do want to say one thing about Donny.
42.
We've seen players go through what he's gone through before, and we've seen them sulk. We've seen their heads drop. We've seen a lot
100.
of negativity. One thing I want to give a lot of credit to, and I think it's credit to his personality and his person in
87.
general, is he's not let any of this situation drag him down. And I think he should take that as a big testament to him as
93.
a human being. And hopefully for him, the next couple of days will be a little bit more positive.
Yeah, it's a great statement, Henry. I couldn't agree more. He hasn't gone
97.
up there getting spiteful with every game he's lost. He's like you say, conducted himself in the right manner, and that's something you can't
60.
learn. It has to be from inside that. So fair play to him for that.
$130. 134. Donny 145.
Closing in. And Gary Stone is going to get a couple of darts to complete a 4-0 victory.
65. Garioka 54.
It means that Adam Mould will have to beat James Welding by a scoreline. It's double top for Gary Stone. And now his hopes rest on James Welding. If he gets the 3 legs against Adam Mould, then it's going to be that man in your picture that progresses through to Saturday night. Marvin van Velzen's gone out of the race, but Gary Stone is in pole position. And so, to our final match it goes, a meeting between Adam Mould and James Welding, which is coming live next.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires, and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. It's the final day or final game of the day, the final game of Group A, and it sees Adam Mould and James Welding go toe-to-toe. It's game 15 of 15 here, the live lounge in pause. And for that man, Adam Mould, he needs to win full 2 or better if he is to go on and win this Group A. If James Welding gets to 3 legs in this contest, Gary Stone will prevail the victor, and will be the first player to progress through to Saturday night's final here, the live lounge in Portsmouth. Well, I'll say final, qualifying night here in Portsmouth, where 4 players have progressed through to the finals day. It's a finals day this week on Sunday afternoon. 1:30 our coverage starts, and then the darts will begin from 2 o'clock sharp here on Pluto
100.
TV. We'll run through to round about 7 o'clock. So by the time that we finish, you can then head off into the sunset and watch Ali Pally. But James Welding looking to run off into the sunset here.
$100.
Maximum with his first visit, but he's not going to back it up.
85. $30. $134. $60. Change your car. 102.
Well, he's got 6 here. Welding to take the first leg. Tots of the 102.
67.
It would have been his 4th ton plus checkout of the day. Would have joined the 128, 112 and the 138 in his catalogue. Mould needs a catalogue of errors from his opponent if he's to take leg one. Remember, he has to win by a scoreline, so he can ill afford to be broken here. Broken he is in this leg, and perhaps that's one break away from him being broken altogether in this group. Always beware the player who's got nothing to lose, and that's exactly what James Welding has in this match. A luxury where he could just play with freedom. He knows where he's going to be on Thursday and Friday, but what he can do is leave a bit of an imprint on proceedings.
It's important that Adam Mould here doesn't let his head drop because of the one leg.
77.
There is a certain amount of pressure on it. That cannot be denied. And Welding should be thrown with freedom because he's consigned to Group
100.
C no matter what, whether he wins or not, because of his leg difference. So
80.
It's an easier game for Welding to play than Mould.
$80. $140.
Well, the 140 for Welding has left himself on the 127 in game. Our favourite call from our favourite referee.
140. James Car 127.
A smile from Paul Higgs, but will there be a smile from James Welding? Not on this occasion.
55. You have to go 121.
Treble 17 for the ball. That's not going to go.
53. James Car 72.
This puts Mould
52
on the
Undercard
brink of
68.
elimination. If he found that tops, he would have been one leg away from the trap door. He comes back for 68 to level this match up. This is a huge dart of the bull. Cannot
37.
find, and he's in heaps of trouble now.
20.
He's staring, having to reel Fowler off on the trot, and
15.
oh, he's had a
Undercard
reprieve.
31.
Just got to go out of mould. Yeah, deep breath, sunshine.
Double 8.
Game show on the
It's a
second
level
leg,
game,
Adam
1-1.
Mould. Third leg Adam to through first.
1-2-7 in game we saw there in the previous leg. For my referee, Paul Hinks, he's going to be officiating over Poulsen until the end of the week. Man who refereed 4 World Championship finals in the PDC over an illustrious
131
career. One of a plethora of referees that we've seen over the course of these particular championships. We saw
100.
Jack Garwood last week, who very much a promising referee, a promising commentator, promising everything. One of a number of referees that applied their trade here and has got a promising future. Him and Owen Binks, for whom sky's the limit.
57. $85. $96.
Oh, looking at 105 to open up a 2-1 lead. And suddenly what could have been a precarious scenario could well turn upwards in his favour. Doesn't have to go for the bull. Was never going to contemplate it.
Well, but he only just hit the 18. Bit lethargic, wasn't he?
39. Out of the car, 32.
Double 16. It's a 13
Game on the third
darter,
leg,
and
Adam
Adam
Mould.
Mould's got his nose in front. He's got little room to manoeuvre,
Fourth
but
leg,
he's
James
got
to throw
himself
first. Game
towards
on.
the halfway post.
85.
And now Gary Stone will be watching on tentatively, nervously, probably pensing up and down the room.
140. $60. $134. $57.
Throw well and truly turned by Adam Mould here. And it's still well and truly turned.
140.
Well, look at the performance he's putting in here, Scott. Averaging just under 99 in a game that he
139,
has to win by a
187.
margin to win the group. He's putting in an exceptional performance when it matters. And we could talk about good averages in games in a group, of course. But to do it when the pressure is on more than any other
39.
speaks
James Carl,
volumes about the
160.
character of Adam Mould.
It does, but James
100.
Welding
Out of the car,
has now
48.
managed to pressure this 48. This is big.
16.
And it hasn't
James
gone.
Carl, 60.
And this all stemmed from missing the big number. The throw before.
Double 10 would have
40.
put Adam Mould at the
Undercard,
point of no
32.
return, but it could well put Adam Mould towards match point if he can find 32, because he'd have the darts in the next to win the group. One left.
No score.
Doesn't go.
James
He's had
Carl, 20.
opportunities. He has had big opportunities to stretch a lead in this contest. And now he is at the point of no return. He has got no more wriggle room. He has to win the last two.
I got him to throw first.
The
Game on.
pained expression on his face says it all, because he knows right now he should be throwing to win the match. But now he's throwing to save his skin.
100.
Has the situation got to him? You have to say yes with the weight. And now that he's given Welding at least a life and momentum with that double, he's going to be doubly difficult to stop.
140.
You have to say that is a class 140 from Adam Mould.
59.
That's a class 140 in the situation.
Well, he hasn't let the disappointment of the previous leg
140.
derail him. And for that, you have to give him immense credit. Left himself for the finish after
81.
9, and he is going to get a
121.
couple of cracks on 121.
$85.
Double 18 after a dozen. This so easily could have gone
90.
so wrong
Out of
after
the car,
losing the
36.
previous leg. But to his credit,
Getting shown
he
the
has
fifth leg,
found a
Adam Mould.
13 darter to go 3-2 up. However, he has
Six
to
leg
find
change
a
to
break
reverse,
in this
game
leg. Because if we go to leg 7, it won't be heaven, it'll be hell for Adam Mould.
59.
Because it will see Gary Stone go through by the skin of his teeth.
$97.
Lots of talking to himself here.
$58.
Well, James Welding had the darts in this leg and he's got 6 starts without a treble. Adam will sense opportunity. He will feel opportunity. He'll grasp the opportunity.
140.
Yeah, super darts there from Adam Mould. Really good stuff.
34.
Not too long ago,
58.
it looked as if it was all going wrong. The only way Welding can leave a finish from there was by hitting a max to leave
98.
himself on the big fish. And so Adam Mould from the Doldrums has 6 on 206 to go through.
Now he's making mistakes again. Cannot afford to miss big numbers.
$75.
It was a big last dart into the treble 18 there for Mouldy.
140.
And now here we go. Crucial, crucial.
James
55.
Welding has already
Change the
taken
car,
out
112
112 today. If he does it again, he'll break Adam Mould's heart. And he's going to get a dart. And he's
92.
just
On the
below the
card,
tops.
76.
Adam Mould has survived a dart to send himself out. He comes back for 76 to win it.
His reaction, he quite clearly knows. He quite clearly knows. Now tries to calm himself. 76. Got to get yourself a dart at it. He's going to get 2.
He said he had no
Game shot
chance
on
at the
the match,
beginning of
Adam
the day, but come the end of it, he's the victor. Adam Mould is into Saturday night's final. He wins Group A. Doing so by getting the better of James Welding by 4 legs to 2. Doing what he needed to do to get over the line. He knew the situation, he knew the scenario, and now he knows he is safely into the Saturday showpiece. What a rally when it was 2-2. What a rally towards the line. He had to dodge a bullet from James Welding on the 112, but he is there. And just outside your picture, we can hear from the commentary box that he is roaring back down towards the practice room, but he ain't going to be there for long, because we're going to hear from him in a few moments' time, myself and Scott in the studio.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. and you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be. Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? It's been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where we've had a dramatic afternoon of action here in Portsmouth. Before the break, Adam Mole needed a 4-2 win against James Welding to book his passage through to the finals on Saturday evening, and a 4-2 victory was exactly what he got. He pipped Gary Stone to the post in the end. That victory 4-0 against Donny Scheurwater was not enough for the Scot to make it through. And so, Adam Mole goes through via a better record on legs 1, 50 compared to 48 of Gary. He is into Saturday night, and he is alongside myself and Scott in the studio. You literally said to us this morning that you had no chance of making it through. Today was just a day about getting into Group B and then hoping something sticks. Can you believe you're sat up here now?
Wow, I thought I had to win 5 games and hope that someone done me a favour with Gary, to be honest, and it worked out well. The leg difference helped with beating Gary 4-0. What result that was, and that when that happened, I thought, oh, hold on a minute, if I can win all 5 here, I've got a chance. And just win every game and see what happens. And I knew I had to win 4-2 in that last game, and that was pressure.
You came out the gate very, very quickly today. Your first 2 performances were absolutely exhilarating. Did you feel like if you're going to stand an outside chance to win the group, that you had to attack right from the get-go?
I thought after Monday, I have to now win every game. To be honest, I thought if you're going to win this group, you can only really afford to lose 4 or 5 games, I thought. So when I lost 3 on Monday, I thought, I've got to hit every game now and just try and win every game as it comes. And that's always take every game as it comes, try and win. Until that last game, I thought, oh, it's 4-2 now.
But your whole persona today was different than the first 2 days. You looked a very much more determined character. You know, if you went down, you were going down fighting. That's what it looked like from up in the box today.
Yeah, I agree. To be honest, Monday I was pretty I went back to my hotel room on Monday. I was pretty disappointed. I thought I didn't have any fight. I thought I played poor in the first game, and Donny played brilliant. And I thought, and then that sort of hit me hard, and I didn't really give enough. And I thought, do you know what? Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm going to fight every single moment, and it shows now, doesn't it? So.
Some of the moments you were fighting against yourself there in that last game. I mean, what was it? 5 darts at double 16?
That's me. Yeah, that's me. I always fight against myself. You aim for perfection, and when it doesn't happen, sometimes I can kick myself hard. Sometimes.
I know you do it because I've played against you a few times, and I know you do it. But our viewers don't know that that's the type of player that you are. So they would look at it and go, "Oh, he's stopping himself here." But that's just the way you've always done it.
I've always believed in the natural reaction. If you're going to kick yourself, you're going to kick yourself, and it's just natural. Everything I do up there is just my natural reaction. If I'm kicking myself, if I'm smiling, it's how I feel at the time. Yeah.
You've mentioned the changes from the first 2 days to today. What do you think the biggest difference has been?
Belief. So I walked away Monday and I thought, I haven't done myself justice there. My doubles were bad, and I thought, you know what, I'm good enough to beat anybody here all the time. And it's just giving yourself the mental belief to say you can beat these people. And I come in Tuesday going, no, I've got nothing to lose now. I thought Monday, that's a bad day. I'm going to struggle to come anywhere in this group. So I just thought, give it him. I'm good enough to beat any of them, and now I'm sat here. So.
We agreed at the start of the week somebody had to take this group by the scruff of the neck, and it probably took till you today to do that.
Yeah, and do you know what? I actually kind of felt on Monday that I could win this group. I looked at the group and thought, I mean, Garrett, they're all great players, don't get me wrong, but I literally sat there and went, if I play well, because I've come in playing really well. In the local games, I've been playing really well, and I thought I can come in, and maybe that was a disadvantage, because Monday, when it went wrong in the first game, and I beat myself, to be honest, though, I think the next 2 or 3 games I beat myself up for it, and it's taken me till Tuesday and now today to go, no, believe in yourself and get on with it. You know, you take losses and you got to go on with it.
Let's show you the moment that sealed it for you. Then it's just on the monitor down here, Adam, and I mean, first of all. Yeah. What on earth goes through your mind when James Welding hits this treble here? Because you know he's getting a dart.
I thought it was over, to be honest. I know I've played James many times, and we were chatting before the game. I think we played 4 times and it's 2-2. And when he hit that, it's not to win the game, but to me it was like massive dart, and I was like, yeah, I was like,
talk us through it.
I don't know. I was just hoping. To be honest, I just said throw straight. I was at least at a 20 to then give myself 1 dart. When the treble goes in, you're like, well, come on. And yeah, like my old man used to say, it's better to be lucky than good. And I've been a bit lucky this week, to be fair.
Well, I wouldn't say there was any luck about it, because actually at the key points today, myself and Scott were mentioning it in commentary, that actually that was when your best darts tended to have flowed. It was a 98 average against Gary. I'll be perfectly honest, I can't remember what the average was in that last game, but you put in some powerful legs when it mattered.
Yeah, I think the first 3 games were all 90 plus, so I was really happy. I went into the game thinking, do you know what? I lost a little bit of my head when Welding was 3-0 up against Gary, you know, and I thought if that was the first time I thought I can win this group. If Welding wins this, I'll win this. I actually genuinely thought I'll win this group, and he lost 4-3, didn't he, James? So I was like, I'm still winning with a chance if I can just get the job done, and we'll see what happens. But I was hoping that Donny would win 1 leg, and then I thought I knew that I played a lot of groups, and I thought if Donny wins 1 leg, all I have to do is win. When he didn't, I was like, all right, 40, here we go.
How does that look?
Very nice. Yeah, do you know what? I come in today thinking, if it's Group C, it's Group C. If it's Group B, it's Group B. I'm really good friends with Joe Croft and Charlie Martin, and I thought if I'm in Group B, brilliant. I've got a few good friends there that I get on really well with. If it's Group C, then it's Group C. We'll go again. To be honest, I didn't think going in today. I thought if I can win all 5, I've got a chance. But I've never won 5 games in a row here, so here we go. I'm sat here, I'm through. So happy days.
Now, you've been a big part of the ADC project. We spoke a little bit about it when we had our chat earlier on this morning. This is the first chance you've actually been able to be close to the trophy. I know, having spoken to players last week, that they've been looking at it through the window on the balcony here, because they can see it whilst the games are being played. Considering your affiliation, considering your connection, considering how much work you put in, not just as a player, but also in other aspects, how much would winning this trophy mean to you?
Be the best achievement I've ever had, to be fair, but I'm still a long way away from that. Do you know what I mean? I'm through to Saturday, but you got to get through the group on Saturday. You got a field of 12 players that are brilliant players. I've got to get my head on. I've got 2 days off, which is brilliant, but I've got to get my head on ready for Saturday, get myself into Sunday, and then we'll talk about picking up that trophy, to be fair. It's a long way to go yet before then.
We'll bring it back just a little bit. You've played at a Champions Night at the Super Series in the past, but is playing in this sort of the biggest thing you've ever done?
Yeah, I think so. It's £25,000 to the winner, isn't it? On Sunday. You know, I haven't played in a tournament ever worth £25,000 to the winner. Well, all right, I played a Modus Super Series week.
But that was when it was 20 grand, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was 25. Yeah, but yeah, and also ADC means a lot to me. I'm a regional director and everything, and I've worked hard just to be here. So yeah, it means a lot. I'd love to be there Sunday. It isn't guaranteed yet, but I'll work hard to do that.
Scott, how important is it for the ADC to have people like Adam? We'll talk about the playing side. To have people like Adam that have come through the ranks, that worked hard, and then get a payoff, get an end reward.
The plus thing for people like Adam being in the system is they know the system. So they're also directors, so they can report back on how the system's working. If it isn't working, what needs adjusting, because they're on the floor doing it. There's a few of you. There's Matt Yarrow as well down in the southwest. There's a few of you that are playing and doing it. And I think that's the best feedback you can ever get for any organisation when it's sort of in its infancy. And that's exactly what's happening.
I do want to ask you a couple of questions, because you're a very unique character, because you've been involved in the other side of it as well from a organisational point of view. I know you're regional director, but I think you can give us a perspective that maybe a lot of people can't, in terms of how the systems kind of move forward, because we started this project with the ADC a couple of years ago. We brought through a couple of local players, added in a couple of invitational players, whilst the vault systems and that have got up and running. From your perspective, from being a player that's qualified for the ADC route and being somebody that's been an administrator of events as well, how has the grassroots system grown, and how has that acorn really turned into a big tree?
I mean, there's so many options now for an amateur dart player. I was playing amateur darts 5-6 years ago, and there was the WF or the BDO, as you call it, and but apart from that, and then the Modus come across, and now the ADC. You can play in your own local pub now, and you can qualify to play here on TV. I mean, yeah, there's no excuses now. If you're a good dart player, you in my opinion, you should be at the ADC playing in your local area and qualifying to play on here. If you think you're good enough, go and do it. At the end of the day, I thought I was good enough, and I was watching at Southampton before. I never played at Southampton and here, and I was like, I'm good enough to do that. And then I personally took the route was, right, I'm not going to play Super League or anything like that. And I probably am the advocate for, I'm just doing ADC. I'm just doing the ADC now. I want to get here, and that was my aim. 2 years ago? Mm-hmm. And I've been here 9, 10 times now, and there's no reason why other people. I know so many good players around our area that could get here. Could play on here, and they're great dart players. And I think that's what the ADC has brought to amateur darts. They're now giving people an opportunity to go, right, you can go and play in your local pub, in a vault, and you do well, you've got a chance to play on TV and be sat here like I am talking to you two. Playing darts, what more can you ask for, to be honest? I don't know.
And I suppose that's the difference now compared to other times where there was a lot of travel involved, a lot of money involved, and so we have to also be realistic about the grassroots of the game. It's still very much a working class sport. A lot of people that are involved, they have jobs, so there's issues like annual leave, possibly even being able to afford to go to events, where I suppose the routes that the ADC provide is now more cost effective. You can, as you say, literally go to your pub and qualify for TV. And probably without the system here, there's players, I like Tom Sykes as a potential example, where probably if you had a system of the past, you probably would never pick up and probably would have nowhere near the success he's had now.
Exactly that. I know there's players that play within our region that are beating me. They beat me. right? And then they see me playing here and done what I've done today. I'm like, well, there's no reason why that can't be you. You know, you've beaten me many times. Like, there's no reason, and you don't have to travel so far. You can, and it's open to anyone, I think. You know, and that's what I love about amateur darts now. You got so many roads you can take. I mean, the WDF and Lakeside is brilliant. You can go down this route, that route, county. I've never ever say don't play county or anything, because that was a big part of me growing up, playing over 100 games of county on a stage. You know, that you gain experience. There's so many roads that you can take as an amateur dart player now, I believe. And to be honest, my route was always to get here, and that's where I am now. Yeah.
You speak very well as an ambassador. Just very quickly as a dart player, how much looking forward to Saturday?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it now. All day I've been thinking, what group am I going to be in Thursday, Friday? What group am I going to be in? And then suddenly I'm sitting here. I'm through. I've got 2 days off now after work, because I'll be working to Thursday and Friday now. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Saturday. Yeah.
Well, Adam, many congratulations. Scott, very quickly before we go, we're just going to have another look at how the rest of the week is going to break down. Just very quickly, your thoughts on Group B, where Marvin and Gary will probably feel like they're going to have to lick some wounds.
They're going to have to lick some wounds. They're going to have to lick them pretty quickly, because Joe Croft, Charlie Martin and John I've known forever. It's just a tasty, spicy group, that one. And one not to be missed, because you can watch that one at 10 o'clock in the evening. And then Group C, I think, poor James going into that. I think I don't know a lot about James Bailey, but yeah, that looks as tasty a group. When you think that 2 from 6 go through there, it's cutthroat once you get to this end of the week situation.
It most definitely is, and by the end of Saturday, our field will be pretty much cut in half.
It will indeed, more than cut in half, and I just think that. Then we've got more action to come on Saturday. This is the gift that just keeps giving before Christmas, I believe.
Well, Scott, thank you very much. Adam, many, many congratulations. Enjoy your 2 days at work. I'm sure that's going to be fun, isn't it? And we shall see you on Saturday. We've got 2 days worth of work as well ourselves. I don't know what Adam's moaning about, because we're going to be back tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock here on Pluto TV to see the beginning of our final 2 double session days of the ADC Global Championship. We'll be with you from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But as far as Group A is concerned, it was Moulds, Stronghold. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye from us.
Here's a winner on Monday.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken back! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.